1 is an executive session and then direction to staff. Mr. Clerk?
Your Honor, the executive session is noticed as item 1, executive session, Tucson Electric Power's proposed Keno to DeMoss Petrie transmission line project, Arizona Power Plant and Transmission Line Siting Committee number L00000C21-0288-00192, City of Tucson Board of Adjustment case number C10-21-09, an application of the city's code requirements for undergrounding of TEP transmission lines. It is being held pursuant to ARS section 38-431.03 A3 and A4.
So may we have a motion to go into executive session?
So move.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. So what we'll do is all those that need to be in executive session jump off of this meeting and go into executive session meeting. See you in a second. we're jumping right back in. We are going to move to regular session. So I need a motion to return to study session.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor of returning back to regular study session, say aye.
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 Any against? Motion passes. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Madam Mayor, I'd move that we proceed as discussed in executive session, but with specific direction to the city manager and city attorney to meet and engage with stakeholders to explore conditions under which a special exception process will be followed to explore relief from our existing scenic and gateway corridor requirements.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Let's move quickly to item 3. Time has been set aside for an update on COVID-19 emergency. We have invited Dr. Cullen to join us to give us an update on the current state of COVID-19 in Pima County and the city of Tucson. Thank you, Dr. Cullen, for joining us. Really appreciate your time. And I know that you have 20 minutes to be with us. So go ahead, and then after you give us your report, if you have time for a couple of questions, let us know.
Sure. Well, once again, Mayor and Council, thank you so much for inviting me to present to you. I'm going to just run through the facts as I know them and give you some updates. So I think the most, well, not the most important, it's all important. Let's start with the current hospital situation. You may be aware that there was a press conference earlier today that was hosted by Dr. Carmona, and Mr. Harrington, who's the acting head of the health department for AZDHS, with many of the hospital leaders, including Banner and others. It was quite sobering. I would say I didn't see the whole thing, but I would say our facts are as sobering as anything that was shared there. So our ICU bed availability is about 3% right now with 11 beds. And what's important to note is of those 11 beds, 8 are at the VA. The VA has endorsed their 4th mission, which is providing care to the community. So 4 of those 8 beds, if they are available, are reserved for community members. They are accessed through the surge line, which is coordinated by the state. We have had less than 5% ICU availability for the last 34 days. 48% of our ventilators are in use by COVID-19 patients. This is the most ventilators that have been in use by COVID-19. So what that means is it's the most COVID-19 patients that have been in the ICUs that are serious since February 7th. Now, it's important to note that we definitely have other ventilators available in the county at the warehouse. They came to us last year. They're still good. But what we don't know, and we suspect is not the case, is that there would be places to deploy them in hospitals because they would require skilled personnel to be able to run them, including physicians and respiratory therapists and nurses. 29% of ICU beds are currently in use by COVID positive patients, and 392 COVID-19 positive inpatients right now. That's the most inpatients that we've had since February 7th. Now, what's important to note is on all these numbers is they could change dramatically tomorrow. Say we have 40 people admitted today and 70 people discharged. Remember, the goal of the hospital is to get people out of the hospitals as quickly as they can. But I do think it portends a concerning winter as we start going into that. We also, just so you know, are seeing what looks like to be an increase in flu. We don't know whether that's real or not. It could just be a blip for a couple of days. We'll have to follow it. In terms of the caseload in the county, we are now over 400 cases. We are at 415 cases per 100,000. We haven't been this high since the February peak at which we had, in the winter. Our percent positivity is almost 16%. Once again, that depends on what labs are reporting, but we have seen a steady, though small, increase in our positivity rate. What that means is that there are many people out there that are contagious. transmitting the virus, and we have not been able to get that to where we want to be, which is 5%. We did have a period where we were 5% in the summer, so it's important to note that these are all achievable goals. We have seen them in the past, we're just not seeing them now. And the percentage of our population that's fully vaccinated, 12 and over, is 70.5%. I did a press conference earlier today. That is a very reputable number. We've done a great job as a county, but it is insufficient. And so let me flip to vaccines really quickly. As you know, Mayor, and perhaps some of the council know, we are looking to expand a vaccination site where we've been talking with TCC. There's a walkthrough today. It hasn't happened yet. What we believe is that we need one more static site, perhaps just for a month or two. We actually don't know, but we are seeing an increase in vaccinations that we are delivering as the county. Most of these are boosters right now, but we do still see a significant increase in the less than 11-year-olds, which we really want to ensure can get vaccinated. So vaccinations continue. They creep very slow. The question about herd immunity has become almost a non sequitur question, because none of us know what that mark is. I think everybody in EPI believes that, and public health believes that there is probably herd immunity, but it may be now in the 90th percentile. And so it's really important that we continue to vaccinate the unvaccinated and that boosters are availed of. You know, Pima County went before CDC and FDA by about 4 days to make boosters available for everyone 18 and over. The questions you ask is, are you over 18? And when was your last shot? When did you complete your series? And if it's more than 6 months, Pfizer and Moderna, or 2 months for J&J, you get the booster. And there's no other questions that should be asked. And because of the change in CDC and FDA, we believe that the pharmacies and private practices in town are also doing that. At the same time, it's just important to know, because I had a few questions from people this weekend that made me realize we haven't been clear on this. There seems to be confusion that if you're vaccinated or you've had a booster and you get diagnosed with COVID, you're not contagious. That is not the case. If you are diagnosed with COVID, it means you have an active viral load, because that's what the PCR and the antigen pick up on. It will be less than, in most cases, an active viral load for someone that's been unvaccinated, but you are still contagious, which is why you need to isolate, and we follow up with your contacts. In terms of the schools, you know, those numbers continue to be very high, and now I got to find them. I think 189 outbreaks, 112 closures, over 6,000 people that we have had contact with, either as cases or contacts. We do hope that as we go and see increasing vaccinations of the 5 to 11-year-olds, that number would go down. If you look at our overall case rates, at least for October, we have not done this analysis for November yet. 24 to 26% are in people previously vaccinated, so they are breakthrough cases. 24 to 26% are in 18 and less. So what that means is that if we can at least focus on those two groups, and the rest are unvaccinated in other age groups. If we can focus on those two groups, get people that were previously vaccinated a booster, we know that that will increase their antibody response, and get the kids 18 and younger immunized, we have at least a chance of making a difference. And finally, I would just close so you guys can ask me questions. Sorry, I'm talking so fast. With the 3 W's, wear, wash, wait. Wash your hands. We haven't been talking a lot about that, but as we enter into this this season where people are out and buying and touching and, you know, Black Friday, grabbing for things, we really want to make sure people are liberal with their use of hand sanitizer. Anyone who is in a public indoor setting should have a mask on. It is it's non-debatable in my opinion, and we have gone out multiple times, the last 3 public health advisories, and strongly recommended that. I am once again just being strongly recommending, but I'm actually saying I don't really, it's a choice, but I would hope that people would choose to mask. And then finally, that ability to wait is very difficult, especially as we go into the holiday seasons. We know many families are gathering. We want to be supportive of that. We want to have the ability for people to love and be around those they love. If you can be outside, be outside. And with that, I will take questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cullen. I really appreciate your time. I know that you're super busy at this moment. Just wanted to give an opportunity for my colleagues to ask questions if they do. Councilmember Fimbres, it sounds like you have a question.
Yes, madam. Thank you, Dr. Cullen, for all your work and your advocacy in this area. Now, the people that we show posting the death, are they the ones unvaccinated or are they vaccinated?
I wish I could give you a specific, but so death data, a death gets attributed to COVID by the state. So they look at the death certificate and analyze it. And I would say probably 97 to 98% of people that have died due to COVID in the last, since we've been fully immunized, so say since around June, have been in unvaccinated people.
And how does the flu play into this now? Because I understand people are dying of the flu, and they should get the flu shot, those who have special needs.
Yeah, Councilman Fimbres, this is Mayor and Council. This is a really great question. Obviously, we are starting to see an uptick in flu, especially in the last 7 to 10 days. We don't know exactly what that reflects, if that's just more testing. We do know that there have been an increased number of cases on campus. We're working with campus around that, but that would be what we would normally expect because that age group tends to have a higher incidence of flu. But together, flu and COVID is a deadly combo in people that are unvaccinated. So we really do encourage everyone to get the flu shot. Flu shots are available at our clinics. They're not available at our vaccine-only sites. But we do know that there's a lot of flu vaccine in the city, and we would remind people that you can, especially if you have Medicare, you can go to any of the pharmacies and get a flu shot and not have to pay.
So you're recommending the 2 shots, if they haven't got their 2 shots, get their shots, then get the booster and then get the flu shot.
Yeah, though you can get them at the same time. So the booster and the flu shot, you can get together. You can initiate a vaccine series at the same time you get the flu shot. You could get your second shot if you're J&J and Moderna. So if you have the opportunity, use both of your arms, get both shots if you can.
Thank you, doctor, for your work, and then thank your staff, because I was there Friday and they were very professional, very quickly.
Oh, great. Thank you for that.
Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
And Doctor, can you elaborate a little bit more on the school situation and how safe it is or not to have our kids at school and what's happening in schools?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, this is a great question. I think it's safe to be at school. Obviously, we're encouraging districts to adopt a mask mandate if they can, or to ensure that people are masked. But the reason why I think it's safe is we have a very good, robust system in place that allows us to early identify a case. We work at that point then closely with the faculty or the teacher in that classroom, the principal, and at the time that we may elect to close a classroom, we do that in conjunction with the supervisor so that they're aware. Our experience has been that people are very forthcoming with the information we need, which is really, especially in the little ones who aren't moving around a lot, is what is the seating chart, who was near to them, who wasn't masked, who in the older group who isn't vaccinated, because remember, if you're fully vaccinated, even if you are a contact to a case, you don't need to quarantine. We don't send you home. We let you be in school. The other thing that we did embark on about 2 to 3 weeks ago is a test and stay strategy where we are trying to keep more kids in school if there is a case. Now, interestingly enough, the vast majority of those it's a classroom that enrolls, have been at charter or private schools, and we haven't had a case in those classes yet, so we can't really test how well it's going to work. We do know Maricopa just pushed out test and stay where they're going to allow testing of the contact to occur at home. And so the way this works is if you're a contact and you test that day and you're negative, then you can go to class. So you don't need to quarantine. So it theoretically has the ability to have a huge impact on keeping kids in school and allowing us to not close classrooms. There are some caveats to that. It does require that the classroom be masking, and that's based on the data, the science behind us enabling kids to have this kind of, in a sense, less structured quarantine period. But I think the schools, you know, we also announced that we got that grant recently, and the real goal of that grant is to make sure we do COVID case investigation and contact tracing, but also to work and attempt to address the behavioral health needs of the students, K through 12 students, as well as family members of students that have been impacted. And you don't have to be a case. If you're a contact, you'll also be eligible for that. And we just got approval for that from the board, so we're working through some of the details of how we're going to send that out. But we will be working closely with community-based behavioral health organizations that traditionally have worked in the school setting, so there shouldn't be a very large ramp up with them. Thanks.
That's great news. Congratulations on that grant. That's going to be so good for our kids. Any other of my colleagues have any questions for Dr. Cullen, because she does have to jump off? The others? Last message, like the overall message you want our community to take from this.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, it's been a really long time, and people they're very tired, and this will get better. People, I just want to, at this time of thanks, I want to really express gratitude to the community, to you guys for everything you've done, for all the government officials that have been so supportive, in the community engagement from the CBOs that we've seen. But I do want to give people a sense of hope. We don't need to resign to this. We need to do a few things. Get your shot and then do the 3 W's, and it will be better. It will be better.
Thank you, Dr. Cullen. And this time of Thanksgiving, we give thanks to you and having you at the head of our Pima County Health Department. And so we're lucky to have you. Thank you for leading us through this pandemic. And yeah, we have to do it together as a community. So happy Thanksgiving and take care. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, you too. Thanks, you guys. Have a great rest of your meeting. Bye.
Thank you. Mr. Ortega, did you have anything to include on this item?
Thank you, Mayor. I think what I can do, if you don't mind, is include it as a part of the next item. I think it all goes together in terms of how the compliance of the vaccine policy affects staffing and some of the questions that you had asked. It might be easier just to do it that way, Mayor, if you're okay with that.
Absolutely. So we will move on to item 4. If that's okay, so that we can talk in context of continuity of operations and service delivery. So we move on to item 4. I have requested a discussion of the city's continuity of operations and service delivery. I just want to say a couple of things before I throw it on to you, Mr. Ortega. I want to thank the 95% of our city workforce that has chosen to focus on the public good during these unprecedented and challenging times. It is very gratifying to me to know that our employees have each other and our public in mind when it comes to protecting one another and our families. The actions of the 5% that choose not to get a vaccine will not overshadow the efforts of the vast majority of our city workforce who has demonstrated their commitment to protecting the health of our community. I'm pleased to see the number of non-compliant employees continue to decline every day. I'm very happy about that. And in the city manager's memo, that he assures us that we will not encounter significant adverse impacts to service as a result of some employees choosing not to comply with our vaccine policy. The decision to require vaccination for employees is increasingly becoming the norm among both private sector and public sector employers. Tucson's largest private employer, Raytheon, is one of those employers that is mandating vaccines. Just last week, the city of Phoenix is mandating vaccines for their employees. Pima County is partially mandating vaccines, especially for those that are frontline workers, those that are exposing the public. And of course, other private employers like Banner and TMC and El Rio Clinic, and others are mandating vaccines. So I just wanted to set the tone for the conversation that we're about to have regarding the continuity of services through this pandemic and the requirement that mayor and council put forward to our city employees of mandating a vaccine. So with that, Mr. Ortega, if you can lead us off in this discussion, and then let's hear from you and open it up for questions from my colleagues after your presentation.
Very good, and thank you. And I really have to say thank you, Mayor and Council, for your leadership during this difficult time. The decisions that you've made have been difficult, but I'm happy to report that we do have high compliance with the vaccine policy. Mayor, just to update your number a little bit, our compliance rate as of today is 98%. That includes 88% that are fully vaccinated, and the other about 10% of accommodations and exemptions, which I'll talk about here in a minute. So one of the things that we do is every day, and I mentioned this in my memo, we track the numbers of employees that are compliant or non-compliant. As of today, that number is, and actually that's just updated here recently, like within the last hour, is 86 are non-compliant. So the employees that are currently non-compliant basically means not received the vaccine, or you've not submitted and been approved for a medical exemption or an accommodation. So that's huge. If you remember when we started this discussion, we were thinking the numbers were up around 500. I showed you a graph in the past. It really showed over time that's gone down. We have several that are still in the mix for exemptions. So I expect that those numbers will go down over time. I think what's also important here is as we go down this path, Mayor, I think the discussion point for this is continuity of operations. Now, to say there's no impact would not be fair and not be accurate if we do in fact lose 86 employees after December 1st. But what we did is dissected it, and what I included in your packet of materials was a staffing plan. And what really surfaced as a part of this analysis is that the vaccine policy and potential vacancies that folks choose to not get vaccinated and obviously would no longer be eligible to work here is not the problem, if you will. The bigger issues are the staffing levels that we have, employee burnout, processes that are not as nimble necessarily as what the recruits or the new employees might expect. And so what we've done is kind of turn this into an opportunity to really rethink how we approach business within the city of Tucson. We are really looking at several pieces of this. And so let me just talk a little bit about them. First and foremost, this has been an evolution. If you remember, mayor and council really over 5 years ago made conscious decisions to focus on the financial sustainability and structural balance of our organization and of our finances. Then we moved on to pay as an issue. You, as well as I, heard from employees time and time again that they had not received raises for 10 years, and just pick the number, right? But that didn't happen overnight. It happened over a very deliberate and steady process of focusing on the pay. And that was decompression, one-time distributions, and ultimately the market rate. I point that out because one of the underlying pieces of that was that we would pay our current employees market before we hired new employees. Now, you might remember that that conversation occurred, and there were a few folks out there saying, I think that we need to focus on additional employees to deal with some of the workload and some of those issues. But that was actually a small percentage of folks that were I'll say, jumping up and down. The vast majority of the issues that we're facing were market, not able to recruit or retain employees. So we went down that path. I only give that to you as context for the conversations that we're having today, which is the staffing level, how we're dealing with the recruitment, and how we're dealing with the processes internally. I can tell you, and I'm going to go through your questions, Mayor, because you really had some specific questions, but I can tell you that the recruitment process that we've uncovered, or discovered, is needing for us to approach it like a marketing strategy. How do we go out and resonate with that future employee, but also focusing on the retention as well. How do we resonate with the existing employee so that they are interested in sticking around and being a part of a great organization? Because of the Great Resignation, right? You hear about that, you read about that, the silver tsunami, I mentioned those in my memorandum. Employees have choices today. They have much more choices today, and they're much more mobile than they ever have been. And so we are competing across the board. We're not competing with other agencies by themselves. We're competing in the private sector as well. I have a weekly meeting with other managers, and I can tell you everyone is in the same boat. And conversations are everything from, what are you doing for signing bonuses to what are you doing for retention bonuses? What are you doing to keep folks? There's a few other issues, though, that I think are important. Employee burnout. It's become obvious. We've heard that's been an undertone in a lot of conversations, but employee burnout is very real because of the staffing level and because of the continuing provision of service, right? That didn't change. There's no time off. In some areas, employees can't take vacation because there's just no one to cover for them. That's unhealthy. There's a variety of issues that come along with that. And the biggest issue, and Dr. Cullen mentioned it, is there hope, right? And how do we convey a sense of hope when they don't see a light at the end of the tunnel in terms of additional resources or additional staffing? It's not just about the dollars associated with that. It's physically onboarding. We went through our recent campaign. I mentioned that to you last time. In the last 4 weeks, we now have 1,488 applications across 70 different classifications. So there are folks out there that are interested, but we need to make sure we can react fast enough to get them in the mix. In some instances, we have to wait for academies. In other instances, it's just our own process that we have to dissect and dismantle and make it so that we can get folks on board even sooner. I mentioned the silver tsunami, right? And I mentioned in the materials of the 800 or so retirement eligible employees. 427 of those are in TSRS, so that's the non-public safety retirement system. So about half. So if you really look at that, that's significant to have 800 employees that can walk out the door at any given time. That's very, very could be very challenging for us. But there's light at the end of the tunnel, right? We have some opportunities out there. What do? I think we have conversations around expectations. I think we have discussion about expectations of the employee. What does the employee expect from the employer? We have expectations from you. Let's talk about what those expectations are of the services we deliver to you and provide to your constituents. What's the public think of the expectations? And are we violating the expectations that they have of our service delivery? I know you were copied recently on an individual who was very unhappy because when we put their trash can back, it fell over, right? And their expectation was that the driver would stop, get out and put the trash can up. Well, I'm here to tell you that that's probably a pretty unreasonable expectation in terms of service delivery. But that's a conversation we need to have in a variety of different fronts. Another key piece is the flexibility in the workplace. And flexibility means part-time, means the potential for childcare, means the potential for flexible work schedules where people don't have to work the 8 to 5 job in an office, virtual environment. But we need to make sure that we prepare for that. And part of it is making sure that the supervisory staff is equipped and trained to go into a conversation about the virtual environment. I know that Vice Mayor Lee and I had attended Arbinger training, which is basically the outward mindset. And it's truly embracing the fact that employees are not resources or assets. They're human beings. When we think of them as resources or assets, they become non-human, right? They become widgets. And we have to turn that on its head and really focus on the fact that the human aspect of our organization and those employees is key to our success and our ability to recruit and retain employees going forward. We can't work them 60 hours a week endlessly without a break and without the benefit structure, not necessarily in terms of healthcare, but benefit of that work environment. Mary, you asked me some very specific questions in your memo. I'm going to go over them. So first, can we hire above the approved number of employees for the next Tucson Fire Department Academy? The short answer is yes. And keeping in mind that the fire service is one where the academies are the constraint, if you will. We have so many slots. But what I've suggested is that we will continue to hire back-to-back academies. So we'll do an academy starting in January. We'll do another one starting in June/July, another one in January. Now, if you do the math, by the end of that third academy, we should actually be above our FTE count in fire, okay? And what that does is it really, again, turns the model of we wait for a vacancy, then we recruit, then we go through the process, turns it on its head. But keep in mind, that's not the only place. We really need to focus on that in dispatchers, in some of our environmental services, code enforcement, areas that are difficult to recruit, and also we need to go through a training process. So the overhiring, I'll call it, is something that I have given the green light in specific areas. Now, we have to be careful because that overhiring could cost us more depending on how successful we are. It'll be a good problem to have, but it's a conversation that we can then have with you in subsequent budgets. It could very well be that we fill all the positions and we have more employees than we have positions. Well, that's a conversation we need to have down the road. The second question you asked, Mayor, was about additional CSO positions. I'm happy to report that we have 35 that are ready to go now. We have an additional 46 that have applied just through our blitz. So we have folks that are ready to go. Again, capacity is in the academy, in the training piece. So the whole thought then is how do we keep those recruits engaged? And so what the thought is we bring them in. Some start the academy, they go through that process. I believe it's a several-week process. But in the meantime, those that are not in the academy, we utilize elsewhere within the system. Assuming they pass their background checks and they're ready to go, but for the training, we may use them in other areas to keep them engaged, have them become part of the team. The next question you asked was on consider wage adjustments for CSOs, bus drivers, environmental services, and I believe Councilmember Ulick had also asked about code inspectors. So I have more data. I provided that in the memorandum that I outlined for you. But let me give you a couple thoughts on that. So first and foremost, the market analysis showed that a lot of these, if not all of them, were behind the market. And so we made those adjustments. In some areas, like in the CSO classification, those job descriptions aren't necessarily accurate for what we're calling on those folks to do. I recognize that. We will move on correcting that or updating that, including the pay, very shortly. But if you remember, the focus was on the market and then the review of those that had challenges with the market. As soon as we finish with that, then we'll get right on the CSOs. My expectation is that we will see some adjustments there. Bus drivers, just to refresh everyone's memory, that's a contract. That's the contract through our transit provider. We are watching that very closely, and I can tell you they're really struggling, just like we are on our fronts. Environmental services, we have about 33 applicants that are waiting in the wings. So again, I'm not sure that we have a huge issue with regard to pay on that, but we'll keep an eye on it. And we can be very very flexible and nimble on that as the coming year dictates. Next topic was offer a special exemption to employees who participate in the state of Arizona. It's actually through the University of Arizona, the COVID-19 antibody testing initiative. So I did explore that. I spoke with Dr. Burgess at length, really an amazing individual and exciting conversation with regard to the research they're doing. They are looking for unvaccinated folks, okay? But I will not recommend that those that have not been compliant fall into that category at this time. However, one of the things that we're exploring with Dr. Burgess is that those that have submitted medical exemptions or religious accommodations who are not vaccinated would be great candidates for that research study. So I'm working with the staff to develop a scenario there where those employees that receive the accommodation or the exemption would then be referred to that research study, or we'll be providing testing in another front. So we're going to have that discussion here in the very near term. You'll see some language on that here pretty quick. Then the last question, I think it was the last question. Nope. Second to last question was, can we expedite the hiring process for all positions? Absolutely. So keeping in mind that, again, we're turning this on its head, right? The way that we approach things was not wrong or bad. It was based on the traditional approach to hiring. Today, the new employee expectation is that they will get a job offer almost immediately, the next day, the next week, et cetera. And so we can't wait to do the traditional review of applications and so forth. So we are mobilizing not only external help, consultant help, but also the departments to help us with that analysis and that review so it can happen quickly. The other thing that will be important is that we continue to reach out to those recruits and make sure that they know that we are interested in them and we're going through the process, because what could happen is if they submit an application, they hear nothing for a month, heck, they don't hear anything for a week, they could go off into something else. We want to make sure that we're keeping folks in line there and at least engaged and interested. The last question that you had was consider a retention bonus for employees who have elected to take the vaccine. So I'm exploring that. That's a little more complex than what I initially thought. But as I mentioned, some of the things that we've identified could resonate with not only existing employees but new employees is the provision of city-sponsored childcare. So we're going to be running a pilot program over at Topsy or at Station 10, focused primarily on public safety, on dispatchers and police officers in that area and firefighters in that area, with the idea that that pilot program would then and could be expanded beyond that. One of the issues around that is the scheduling, right? So how do we schedule so it becomes a 24/7 operation? I know, Mayor, you've had conversations with the Eric Hite Foundation, and we're going to be working closely with them going down that path. Another thing that we're looking at, which actually credit to Chief Magnus and his troop, is the student loan repayment program. So one of the things that we've thought about is, okay, a lot of folks have student loans, and maybe there's a way that we can do it very similar to what we do with our tuition reimbursement. But we write you a check for your student loan payments, right, to reimburse you. You have to stick around for 3 years, right? You give us a 3-year commitment. So those are some things, Mayor, that we're considering. I will tell you, I've also challenged the staff, not specific to retention bonuses for vaccine, for folks that take the vaccine, but retention bonuses as well as potential signing bonuses, right? I don't know, it really upsets me when I drive down, I think it's North First, see a big billboard, which is a whole nother story, right? That says, come work in a city, another community, and receive a signing bonus, right? That infuriates me. But we have to have a conversation about that internally so that we know that we can be competitive. But it's not as simple as just writing a check to the new employee. I've got to make sure we're taking care of the existing employee. So with that, Mayor, I will tell you, thank you for you and the council for bringing this up. Initially, I don't mind telling you, it was difficult because we had some real concerns about potential of losing 500 employees. It's really shifted now. It's really shifted away from the vaccine policy and really uncovered a lot of these other opportunities where we can chart this as opposed to being reactive. We can start charting this and become the employer of choice again. Happy to answer questions, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. I really appreciate it. You know, bottom line, I think the assurances from you to the mayor and council and to the community about confidently saying that there will not be significant adverse impacts to the services that we provide our community is very reassuring to me. And one of the reasons that I requested this particular agenda item is to be very clear about where we are as a city in terms of the impacts, any possible adverse impacts. And so I'm really happy to hear that one, we only see 88, 86. I think you saw the number, you said the number was about individuals in the city that do not want to either get a vaccine or have not applied for an exemption. Talk to me a little bit about the recruitment efforts that you and your staff went through. I think you said we have about 1,400 applicants waiting in the wings. I think the departments that we were highly concerned about, police, fire, IT, of course, every department, but those 911 communication center, those are the departments where it's tougher to recruit. Currently, there are about 23 vacancies at Tucson Fire Department. How many applicants did we receive for firefighter? And I know that it takes time to train, but how many applicants did we receive? And then talk to me about expanding the academy size and holding additional academies for fire.
Sure, Mayor. So first of all, on the firefighter recruit, as of today, we have 297 applicants that are interested in the fighter as a recruit. So with regard to the academies, Mayor, as I mentioned, it is a several week process. Let's call it a 4 to 5 month process to go from start to finish. So if we assume that there's one every 6 months, the idea is to maximize the number of recruits in any class and do that back to back for a year and a half. My expectation is that the end of that 18 months, we should have more recruits than we have vacancies. But keep in mind, Mayor, it's not just the vacancies that are the 23, I believe, that you mentioned. There's also 20 plus that are on long-term leave. They're on military leave. They're on various leaves, various benefits that are provided by the city of Tucson. Well, that adds to the challenges from a staffing level. So if you think through the number, I think they have 660 allocated FTDs. When you look at that, you have to discount those that are on long-term leave because you can't count those necessarily as, well, I'll use the term deployable, right? So the conversation then is, even though they're allocated a certain number, you have to immediately discount those long-term leaves. And those long-term leaves, some of them are that number ebbs and flows, obviously. But that is a constraint that we have to think about as we go forward in making sure that we have the staffing levels that we need. Mary, you also asked about just to give you an idea on the numbers, of those 86, TPD currently has 21, 15 are partially vaccinated, 7 are not. TFD has 11, 2 that are partial and 9 that are not vaccinated. So those numbers are pretty reduced from what they were before. Now in IT, I don't have those numbers handy. I will get those for you. Oh, hold on, do you have another piece of paper here somewhere? And IT, we have, let's see here. We have 1 that says partially vaccinated. So we're in pretty good shape there.
Excellent. So again, at the end of the day, as my wonderful friend Roger Tamietti taught me how to say, at the end of the day, the services that we provide our community will not encounter significant adverse impacts. So that is important because it's connected, correct? The service impact to our residents and the service that our residents deserve. And then of course, the impact to our employees that are not machines. Really good to hear that 98% of our employees are vaccinated and or have their exemption. I just want to make sure that we further explore, especially with those 1,400 job applicants, that we further explore in terms of how swiftly we move, especially on those positions that we have concerns in recruiting. Another question that I had is how many authorized CSO positions do we have, and what is the current number of vacancies there? Because I know that mayor and council authorized 20 or 30 CSO positions. Give me a little bit of an update on that.
Mayor, I'm going to have to get back to you on the number of vacancies I have. What we will tell you is that we have folks that are currently ready to go and do an academy. I have authorized, actually just this morning, an additional 30 that are in the wings. And so we will, the capacity will be those that are in the system, not because we're waiting or we don't have the applicants. We have plenty of folks right now that are ready to go in those slots, and we will definitely make sure that they get through that as quickly as possible. I'll get back to you on the actual number of vacancies, Mayor. I'll send out a note afterward.
Thank you so much. And then the other piece is that you mentioned it earlier that our environmental service truck operators and drivers, we have difficulty retaining those truck operators. Is it because we're struggling with private haulers? And do we need to reevaluate the 3.6% increase that we gave them during the market study?
Mayor, I think it's both. And I did have a conversation. I was in a meeting last week with Republic Services, who is also a provider. They're struggling with the same thing. So I think we're both losing to each other. They're just, it's very mobile right now. I can tell you though that, as I mentioned in the materials, I will look at the equipment operators, particularly the drivers, in the next tier. They're after the CSOs. We've got a few that we're questioning based on our difficulty in retaining. There's a high turnover rate, both in turnover as well as in difficulty recruiting. Even though I have 33 folks that are waiting in the wings, that we still have to make sure that we are ahead of the game and not playing catch up. That was one of the reasons why, if you remember, Vice Mayor Lee had expressed concerns about the code enforcement and Councilman Ulick on the brush and bulky. That's exactly what caused that situation.
And then before I hand it over to my colleagues on the council, the University of Arizona COVID-19 antibody testing initiative is, I think, very, very promising in terms of partnering the city of Tucson and our departments, connecting those that have exemptions already and being able to accommodate others that haven't sought the exemption but want to. I think the dwindling numbers of those that are refusing it's a very good thing, but it is a legitimate CDC funded University of Arizona research study that could absolutely be a good partnership and is legitimate, especially because it's weekly nasal swab testing as well as blood testing. That could help research. I think the program is called Arizona Heroes. That could help research as well as the testing piece for the city of Tucson, not to have to put that on top of our responsibilities as a city. And then the retention and bonus, you're correct. I have had conversations with the Eric Haidt Foundation to explore the possibility of an opportunity for childcare for first responders and other city employees, police, fire, 911 communications, CSOs, et cetera, that would have a really, really good effect in terms of our recruitment and retention of our first responders here in the city of Tucson. It's a really cutting edge possibility that the city of Tucson can pilot. So with that, thank you so much for your presentation. I do see that Councilmember Cunningham put his hand up first, and then Vice Mayor Lee, and then we'll go with Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you, Your Honor. My big question right now is on the student loan repayment option. Are we going to look into partnering with PSLF, some of the other federal programs that already exist, or coupling that so that our program is a little more robust? Look, it's not a big secret that we have potential workforce folks, and we have folks in the workforce who are looking for that way in. And one of the things, it's become a front runner issue around the country, is student loan repayment and student loan forgiveness. And so I really want to look at the options we have with PSLF, but also kind of what kind of relief we can do now. One of the things that happens is that someone can enroll in PSLF, and if they if their income increases, their actual PSLF payment goes up from some of the private companies that run it. And I've watched this from personal experience, actually. So I just wanted to see, have we started developing strategies? Are we going to do a work group? Where is our progress on that?
So our progress, Mayor and Councilmember Cunningham, is the policy is complete, basically, and it's an administrative directive. I can do that administratively. And basically what it is a reimbursement of your loan payment up to $5,250. $5,250 is the magic number from a tax standpoint. And so we are going to cap it for now on the $5,250. So to use your example, as an employee's payments go up, they have to show us that they've made those payments. Their reimbursement will go up to the cap of $5,250. If they have a payment that's below that, then obviously they wouldn't get the full amount. But the idea is to put it in a reimbursement on a reimbursement basis, where the employee would then receive dollars from the city with the expectation that they would stick around for the additional 3 years.
Is that $5,250 an annual payment, or after 3 years they get it before the 3 years, or they get it after the 3 years? How would that work?
Great question. Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, the idea is $5,250 per year. Okay. However, it is pilot, and I've capped it just because I want to make sure that I have an understanding of the cost. There's an implication there, obviously. And I understand there's a lot of folks out there. They can apply for it year after year. So for example, you can get one this year, you can get one next year, but each year you add 3 years to your tenure here at the city.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Vice Mayor Lee, and then Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, Mayor, I wanted to thank you again, I'll say it again, but for taking all of this and putting it together in this item so that we could kind of put a bow on this, because we've been talking about all these things for a long time. So thank you for doing that. Mr. Ortega, I like the creativity, the ideas that you threw out, the framing of this. One thing that I heard that was interesting on a CNBC was the idea of meeting with our existing employees to kind of have a conversation about what they enjoy doing with their current job, and almost looking at employee satisfaction and having a level of flexibility within the jobs that our folks currently work in as a way of helping them be happy here at the city and keeping them interested in staying here. So I wanted to throw that out there. I know you're very focused on not just the new people and how we get them in, but also making sure that our folks at the city are fulfilled and mission focused and all those good things. So that was just another idea that I heard that I really liked. Question on applications. So you said we had 297 applicants for fire. Curious to know if you have the number of applicants who are interested in being police officers.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, I do. And as of now, it's 63. We have 63 applicants for police officer.
Okay, I'm wondering if we can talk to any of the fire applicants and swing them over, because I know we have authorized 884 police officers. We have 727 deployables, so we need 157 to get us up to where we've authorized, and we still probably need more than that, to be honest, with the size of the city. So I was curious to know about that, and really looking forward to the specific recruitment strategy, because who wouldn't want to be a firefighter? I mean, it's awesome, but how are we going to reach the community specifically to fill those needs that we have with others? And then tying into that, I wanted to circle back on the CSOs. You said we've had 46 that have applied for that position, which is obviously a key pipeline into TPD potentially. So those are really, really important people. I am curious to know if you know what the current pay is and what the target pay is going to look like for those individuals? You happen to have that?
Yeah, Mayor, Vice Mayor, I do not have the current pay structure, and I can get that for you. I will tell you that we are in the $20 an hour range is what we're looking at for the coming year. And as I recall, that's about a $2 to $2.50 increase. One other thing that's important, though, and I think we had talked about this during the budget, Chief Magnus had also put emphasis on the fact that not all CSOs want to go into the police officer realm, and so we have to provide them with a promotional opportunity, and so that there's differing levels within the CSO realm, and so that someone could, we'll call it stay as a CSO or receive additional dollars over time, and in terms of opportunities for promotions and different levels within the CSO class. That's a conversation that's ongoing. We will do that. Some pieces of that are already in place, and other pieces will be going here pretty quick. By the way, I do have some numbers. And I just got 1685, so I wasn't too far off. The numbers of CSOs, we currently have 87 authorized. We have 57 filled. So we've got 30 that are in process, and the total that we could put out is about 107. So we are short about 20, and that's what we the expectation that we would go forward and make sure we get those filled very quickly. So that's the expectation there.
Okay, so 1685. They're hiring at Taco Bell for 1650 right now. So I definitely think it's super critical that we get those folks to that $20 wage for sure. So Mr. Ortega, you said the beginning of the calendar year. What's the timeline to?
That's correct, Mayor, Vice Mayor Lee. My expectation is that very soon in the first part of the year, in January, we'll be able to put that to bed and get those adjustments made.
Okay. And just last note, I was partially just off the cuff with the folks that can't make it into different positions due to, we can only hire so many firefighters, and do they want to go be another role? But now that actually stuck in my head, I think that's a really good idea, and I think we should do it. So that's all for me, Mayor.
Mayor, Vice Mayor Lee, I know that you said it's sort of in jest initially, but I will tell you that one of the things that we're looking at across the board is you apply for this position and maybe for whatever reason, there's not an opportunity for you there. We need to make sure that those skill sets could be elsewhere, right? They could be used elsewhere. That's a very different model from what we've traditionally done, right? And so one of the things that we're talking through is, let's say that half of those 63 applicants for police officer would make it through the background and we have to start having conversations. We could go to them and say, look, we need help in our 911 center. We'd like you to think about that as a landing place, if you will, while your academy opens up. Same thing with dispatcher openings, right? We have dispatchers that come in. We have a 311 center. So, we'll park you in 311 in the interim to keep them engaged and make sure they understand it's part of the system. It may not be that exact job, but it's an opportunity for us. I will tell you that that's radically different from what we've ever done. And I'm up for it. The staff's up for it. We're excited about the opportunities to really turn it on its head and do something that's different than what other agencies are doing.
Absolutely, that's critical that we tap into the interest of individuals that want to work in the city of Tucson and be able to say, hey, maybe not here right now, but you can look into that and you might have the same talents can be used in another position. So absolutely. Councilmember Ulick, and then Councilmember Santa Cruz, and then Councilmember Kozaczek, and then we have to move on to the next item.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Manager. I'm impressed with the comprehensive nature of your and the team's approach to this, and I think that it's looking at all elements of the moving parts and pieces that are occurring right now in the labor market and in the city's workforce. I'm, as I think Vice Mayor Lee discussed, I'm particularly heartened to hear about revised approaches to the HR processes and looking at, I guess my question is, resources and timeline. For example, what you just alluded to is a whole different approach. Are there ADs that need to be adopted? Do you need mayor and council action? Do you need an HR consulting firm to help you get this done? Because while I appreciate that city services are not being compromised and that we feel confident that will be the case, this transformative change in the labor market and in our own workforce is not going to go away. We're catching up to it. And so what would be helpful to you, and what's the timeline, particularly for implementing these revised HR changes?
Mayor, Councilmember Ulick, thank you. And I will share in the mayor's comments. We'll miss you. And I know you're going to be on to some really cool stuff, but we're definitely going to miss you as part of these discussions as well. So I need all the help I can get. We need all the help we can get. You need all the help we can get, right? So it's all a team effort. What I've committed to doing is keeping you, the mayor and council, in real time on this. And the way I'll do that is by giving you a monthly update on all that we've talked about. In some instances, I'm going to need to come back to the mayor and council for changes to policy. In other instances, like in the student loan program, I can just do it administratively. Now, keeping in mind, those are going to have budget impacts. Now, I'm not expecting the budget impacts to have to really come through until probably the latter part of this fiscal year, early next fiscal year. So those are the conversations that we're going to need to have. But in order for you to be well versed in it, I've got to keep you in the mix. I've got to keep you in the know on that. I probably won't schedule a study session item on this unless I see issues that need to be addressed. But I will absolutely call on the mayor and council to support some of the disruption, if you will, that we have to go through in order to be competitive and develop that environment. Thank you for asking that. That's a great question.
Follow up, if I could, Mayor. Just bring that to this group. Those resource needs, especially if we need a fire academy every 3 months instead of every 6 months, because again, I know you and your team are doing an incredible job of facing extraordinary change in the labor force and in our workforce. And so an investment sooner rather than later will save dollars and impacts that we all, I think, want to see. So I just want to encourage you. I hear a high level of trust and confidence in your leadership, Mike. And so I just hope you don't hesitate when you identify those things. This group understands that short-term investment can save long-term in many, many ways. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. As you were speaking, I saw a memo pop up from Chief Ryan asking for an academy every 3 months. So so thank you, Doc.
I think we're on the same page. Councilmember Santa Cruz and then Councilmember Kosachuk. And then we'll have to move on to the next item.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and thank you and the city manager for your diligent work on this. I always appreciate when the city manager sees issues as opportunities to show up and be better. And I think what's important about this conversation with the changes to our economy, with the pandemic, where people are at, is that like human infrastructure is like our greatest investment, that we have in the city, and that we need to continue to retain and grow, our own here. We're always looking externally for candidates and people to bring here. And I think we need to do that investment. And that's part of the reason why I'm always pushing on like investing in our youth and really building the capacity for the leadership that's gonna, help move us forward. And so I think part of it is kind of reflecting on like how are we right sizing our departments and the needs that we have in our community. We've been doing a lot of work. We've been having these like big picture conversations about the needs of our community and how are we not throwing band-aids solutions into the mix that time has passed, and that we need to look more long-term solutions, not just short-term. And so I think part of the conversations with some of the new programs and departments that we're propping up, like the Office of Equity and the Community Safety Program and our Housing First Director, that these are all important pieces and that we can't continue to do business or have staffing levels for an old city infrastructure that no longer meets the needs, of community now. So I just want to make sure that we're continuing to hold that at the forefront. But the other piece, and I think Councilmember Ulick kind of, alluded to it in a much nicer way, is that I feel like at the end of the day, we're still not looking at like the department in the city that is holding all of this for us, and that is our HR department. And so I think a lot of the issues that we're all bringing up right now our HR department should have been holding and keeping us, the city, mayor and council, accountable of how do we keep up with the times and how are we right sizing or how are we keeping up, with the market or with standards. And so I think that it's also necessary to do some internal work about like, where do we need to take our HR department to be able to create, and sustain all of this work. And I feel like that's a piece that maybe we've underinvested in the past, that it's time for us to reckon with how do we support and how do we create an HR department that's gonna allow for this creativity, for this long-term planning, just to kind of help be that fire under us that keeps us moving in a positive direction, not only for the city, but also in caring for our workers. And so the creativity, Mike, that you brought with like the student loans and how do we incentivize and all that, I think it's really important, and that should be coming out of our HR program because they have a read about what's going on, in the market at a national level. So with that, I'm really looking forward to continuing to move in this direction.
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz. And it's we have a wonderful opportunity because we are looking for a human resources department director as we speak. And so this conversation really can help lead the type of talent that we should be looking for in a human resources department director. Forward thinking, employee centered, human resources director that that will help lead us and the city manager into what we need to become the city and the employer of not just now, but the future. Councilmember Kosacek?
Thank you. I have a few different points. First of all, I think it's really important, and the mayor opened with this, to draw a distinction between our staffing conversation is not a debate over whether or not we made the right decision on the vaccination mandate. That was absolutely the correct decision. The staffing conversation is separate and distinct from that. And I am glad that the vast majority of our employees have gotten on board and simply done the right thing in terms of getting the vaccinations. Dr. Cullen's report earlier was illuminating. You know, just go to any website and people can see that the twindemic that we're facing between COVID and flu is for real, and hospitals are full. So that's one point. Secondly, you have, Mike, in your material, excuse me, a few pages of introduction, conducting a workforce assessment, creating pipelines, restructuring job classes, etc. And then in the next to last paragraph, it says, working with department directors, staff will prepare a request for proposals, an RFP to implement this scope. So what exactly is the scope that I mean, there are 3 pages of conversation, and I'm not sure what this RFP is exactly supposed to be soliciting for, that we can't do in-house with more direct input from our department heads. So where are you headed with that?
Sure. And so actually that's the next agenda item, and I'm sorry if I kind of conflated them, but the next agenda item from Vice Mayor Lee was more specific to a consultant to get us help to be that future look at where our service delivery model is. And a lot of it is to make sure that we do bring in some help. That scope is exactly what would help us to accomplish that. Now, could we do it internally? Sure. But as Councilmember Santa Cruz just mentioned, our HR folks are underwater doing all these other things. And so I'm really looking for outside help and expertise, quite frankly, to help us with that effort on a bigger scale.
Well, all right. So maybe I'm conflating them then, because maybe I'm one item ahead. But some of our departments are having trouble just blocking and tackling right now, just getting the basics done. For instance, code enforcement. For instance, 911. And so in those instances, we have immediate needs that we don't need an outside consultant to come in and say, look, overhire, get those positions filled now. When we, for instance, did the market analysis for CSOs, there's not another jurisdiction who uses them the same way that we do. And so the market analysis, as Nikki just pointed out, really compared apples and oranges. The way we're using them are much more closely aligned with a commissioned officer than, for instance, simply somebody out doing measuring people's weeds in the yards to see if they're violating code. So I think we've got some immediate needs that we need to really jump all over. Another thing that, and I just mentioned 3 of them, 911 code and the CSOs. Now circle back to the CSOs in a second. With respect to recruiting, I know Carlos De La Torre's got some immediate needs for equipment operators and those kinds of things. I didn't see reaching out to JTAD and using some of their resources as a pipeline. That's very local, and those young people are extremely talented, and they're really energized, and they want to stay in this local economy. So JTAD is something that I think we ought to be really partnering with. In addition to that, for some of the more technical needs, I would love to see, and I've been saying this for a couple of years, but COVID got in the way, is for the city to have a presence at the next South by Southwest for getting some of the younger technocratically savvy people into the local workforce, to have them come here to stay and live and raise their families. And we haven't had a presence at South by Southwest before, and I think that's a really fertile recruitment ground. For CSOs, our problem is not necessarily recruitment. You've already indicated this recruitment is retention. And Nikki really spoke to that. And if our CSOs are competing from a wage standpoint with flipping burgers, then they're not going to stick around because they recognize that the job is much more important than that. And so I would advocate that we bump that pay up much more quickly than waiting until the calendar flips at the first of the year, or we're just going to be digging ourselves more deeply into a hole. I'm not sure what that need requires in terms of direction or motion, but I would really say that if we are right now treading water at best in that position, then we need to be more aggressive in terms of increasing the pay. Another area that you've mentioned in passing in this is hiring bonuses. I completely support that for certain positions. I know that you have seen the same billboards out there saying, you know, come to, I think it's Mesa and we'll give you a $10,000 hiring bonus to be a cop or whatever. Colin Boyce is facing the exact same thing, and probably that by factors of, you know, whatever for IT. That is a really difficult position to retain people, and if we can offer a hiring bonus or just lateral transfer bonuses for those kinds of positions, I think that we're going to be well served. Another area that I want to mention is this: the mayor's community safety pilot program way back in the day spoke about providing mental health professionals not only at the 911 center, but also as a co-response option. And we don't have 24/7 coverage either at the Public Safety Communications Department or out in the field. And to the extent that we lack that social service, mental behavioral health component at both ends, is only requiring us or resulting in us sending police officers where another response is more appropriate. So whatever we need to do to get to 24/7 coverage for those behavioral / mental health social service providers at both the comm center and out in the field, we need to get there, because that's affecting our need to hire cops, overhire cops who shouldn't be going to some of these calls. So I think that's an important factor that you haven't really covered in your memo. And finally, I'll say this: every department, and I've talked about Carlos, I've talked about Colin, I've talked about police, and some others. Every department's hiring needs are going to vary, and the more streamlined we can become by incorporating department head involvement and not pushing this all off on HR, which have their own challenges in terms of staffing and process and all that. But bring the department heads in, bring the realty in, and start using some of the skill sets you've got. But putting it out to a third party, I think is going to slow us down. I think my approach will be pull it in house, and let's us all join together in this and say that the closer to the actual understanding of what the needs are that we can get, and we have that with department heads. We got some really great department heads that really have a skill set that you can benefit from, Mike. And I would advocate using them as a resource more aggressively in this process. And that's what I've got.
Thank you, Mayor. If you don't mind, I'd like to just close it up with a few thoughts. So thank you all for your comments. I think that and you hit Councilman Kozaczek several points that I didn't read in my notes. The mental health piece is not only on the external side of the service delivery, but also the mental health of the employee. I know that we have talked many times about the need for that, and so there's a coordinated front there. As far as partnerships with JTED, one thing I didn't talk about was the opportunity with the county. I think that there's some synergies there that we are exploring. As a matter of fact, the Deputy County Administrator Lesher and I and the team are going to meet next week and look for opportunities, because there could be some sharing of resource that could help with that service delivery. Absolutely agree on the South by Southwest. The hiring bonuses, that gets tricky. We are pursuing that. I think you're absolutely right. I think that there's an opportunity there. And then back to the streamlining of the hiring, absolutely. I am not necessarily advocating that we bring in the pros from Dover all the time. The reality is we need help. I think to Councilmember Santa Cruz's point about the HR function, we have become very tactical in that function where we are implementing the rules that we establish, and we don't have time to go through and think, we'll say in the future realm. And that's where we really need to focus, because you're absolutely right. We should be looking at what the future employee looks like before they're even applying. We should know, and I don't mean physically looking like, but as far as what their needs are, what's going to resonate with them to get them to come to work here. We don't do that enough today. Lastly, I'll leave you, this is a team effort. And one of the things that we traditionally had done is we focused on cert lists and the HR function as kind of controlling that. We have already started to push that out to the departments and say, look, we need help. If we want to move these faster, then we need to get you guys to come into the mix and help us with that effort, so we can short circuit that. Last thing I'll leave you with is we're looking at 30 days. That's our goal, is to onboard people from application to starting within 30 days. Might seem impossible given the current process and bureaucracy, but I'm absolutely confident that we can pull that off, both with the internal help as well as potentially external help.
Well, Mike, I appreciate all that. I agree also that there are synergies that we can achieve with the county. We talked about broadband. The mayor was just back in DC with a really robust infrastructure package that includes broadband. County's doing that. We're doing that. Why wouldn't we partner together? We got parks. We've got PDSD, we've got transportation. We're all doing kind of the same things. There have to be efficiencies that we can achieve by working together. And finally, with respect to your comment about the 30 days, can we get you some response from you on the CSO pay before then, so we can maybe get ahead of that game? Because I don't want to wait until January to square that circle. That's too important of a function.
I'll get back to you by the next meeting on that.
On the same note, Mike, I think that it's important that we also look at both the CSO and the environmental service truck operators, because those are leaving in droves. And so there are problem areas. I think IT, CSO, ES truck operator, and 911 comms. So yeah, let's bring back a comprehensive approach to how all of the input that we've given you can be put into action. But with that, we're going to have to finish this item and move on to the next one, because we have really hefty conversations to be had on the other items. We're moving on to item 5. Vice Mayor Lee has requested a discussion of the city's department staffing and resource study. I think we had a pretty hefty discussion right now, but Vice Mayor Lee, it's your item, so please lead us on it.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want everybody to do kind of a mental palate cleanser, if you will, because this is about staffing, but I brought this item forward at the end of the middle of October, and it's a different flavor. So I'll kind of paint the picture of the intention of this item. As we head into the next budget season, what I'm hoping to achieve is that we have some sort of data that we can work with that will help us understand the true staffing needs of a city our size. Steve, everyone is right. Right now, we're trying to stop the bleeding. We're trying to address what's going on in the immediate term to make sure we're delivering services. This item is really designed to bring in some external resources, help us understand the vision of each of our different departments, and Councilmember Santa Cruz has talked about this, and other council members have talked about different elements. So this was trying to bring that together to say, what is our vision for the different departments? What's the level of service and expectations of the different departments? And then from that point, what do we need in terms of staffing levels and other resources, technologies to support that mission? And that will bring up conversations about what's really realistic for us to deliver. And so the goal here, and what I put in the memo, is really to request a presentation from staff on an estimated scope of work for someone to come in and help us facilitate this process. I didn't want to overburden staff with another study. So really requesting somebody to come in and help facilitate this kind of process so that when we get to the budget season, we know and can have honest conversations about this. So this is more forward-looking that we had talked about. So today the expectation is to understand what a scope of work could look like for this, associated cost, a timeline, and really get input from the colleagues on what else you would like to see included in something like this so that we can be really informed going into our next budget on what our numbers should look like for a city of our size. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Ortega.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and Mayor, members of the council. This is a tricky conversation. On the surface, it's actually fairly straightforward to put together a scope that gathers external expertise to dissect what our needs are as a community based on metrics for other communities our size. The challenge that I would leave you to think about is, what does the service delivery model look like? So as we go through this, I think there's two pieces. One is the metric of staffing. So many officers per 1,000 population, right? That's the metric that we can point to and say, on average, here is the number and here's what we have in Tucson. And so we need more, or we need an additional number. But the other piece to it that I think is important is, what does the model include in terms of service delivery? And so as we go through this exercise, I think it's important to do both, where we are having a discussion about how the service delivery model of Tucson compares to other agencies. I'm prepared, as I mentioned in the memo, I'm prepared to put this out. I think, Vice Mayor, you're absolutely right. This can really help to inform the budget discussions for 23. I think that as we are going through this exercise should be parallel, internal as well as external expertise, because there's a lot of I'll call it the need for conversations internally. When you talk about department vision, the department vision has got to be consistent with the council vision. And so as we have these discussions early part of next year, and the alignment will be key, making sure that the service delivery model is clear, not only in the department's head, but also on that of the mayor and council. One of the things that we would have to double check is that the metric for the number of staff matches the service delivery model on average that the council would like to see. So we're prepared to do that. We can have that ready to go within the next 30 days. I suspect that it will take probably a good part of 6 months to hear back from a consultant. At least that's my read on it today. But I'm ready to go down that path, again, to try to gather more information to help inform the council as we go into this discussion into the 23 budget.
So Mike, I just want to be clear on the 6 months to hear back. Is that just to see if somebody would be able to work with us? It would take 6 months?
No, I'm sorry, Mayor, Vice Mayor. No, I'm thinking it would take us about 6 months total. That's going through the process, getting folks on board, and then having discussions internally. The reason I would say 6 months is because I need to have it 6 months from now in order for us to be able to incorporate it into the budget. So the deadline becomes the budget for 23, which, as you know, is in the May-June timeframe.
And that's exactly why I brought it on October 18th and wanted to get this process started so that we could be as informed as possible. I know it will bring up some conversations about service delivery and model and expectations, and we all ran on platforms with really creative ideas and what is really realistic for what we can do. So Mike, in terms of next steps then, because I was hoping to see some of those items and be able to move something forward today, and it doesn't sound like that's ready. What do you see the next steps then being? I think we would want to see a scope of work, and I'm interested to hear what my colleagues would also want to see in something like this. Specifically, I was hoping to see the numbers of people, but also are there resources, equipment, technologies that are gaps in our current system that we need to fill. So what do you see as the next steps then, Mike, in timeline?
Sure, Mayor, Vice Mayor, I'm ready to go. I think I don't need anything further from the mayor and council. I can start moving that discussion forward immediately. It will be both in terms of an external RFP process as well as internal, and making sure that the departments are organized around that effort. We can do that post haste.
So Mike, I would like to see the scope of work before anyone's hired. Is that doable?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, happy to bring that back to you on December
Okay.
7th. Like, happy to do that.
Perfect.
Any other of my colleagues would want to put in, give input on this? I think not until we see the scope of work in terms of what the models, service models are, could I be able to
Well,
give additional input? But
well,
let me see. I'm sorry. Councilmember Cunningham and then Councilmember Kozaczek. Go ahead.
So I think this is a really good item. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for bringing it in. My number one concern is I just want to know what we're going to spend. You guys know I have a history of not being a big fan of consultants. So sometimes we get consultant out of our money a little bit more than I'd like. So can we put a cap on this, or do we have an idea of how much this is going to cost?
Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, and I would suggest that we not put a cap on it yet until we have the scope, because obviously the cost of this will be a function of the scope. And I've got an idea in my head as to what this will look like. And until I get the blessing from you on the 7th, then we can have more robust conversation of what those costs might be.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, Councilmember Kozaczek, and then we have to move on to the next item.
Okay, I'll be quick. Who put this 8-page final draft city strategic staffing plan together? It's in our material. It's got the scope and it goes department by department with projections. Whose is that?
Sure, Mayor, Councilman Kozaczek, that's mine. That was actually under the mayor's item. I think what may have happened is the items got changed, where I think Mayor Romero's item initially was item 5, and that became item 4, and Vice Mayor Lee's item was 4, and then became item 5. So that
I am talking about these things backwards. Well, okay, but you've got this staffing plan. It's an 8-page staffing plan. I'm not sure why. Again, we've got departments right now, like I said earlier, who aren't doing the basics. They're not blocking and tackling. They're not doing the code enforcement. They're not doing the 911. You know, so we've got these. We know the data. We know what we need. I'm not sure what paying an outside agency to come in and tell us what you just put in 8 pages achieves this. But I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I think we've got it right in front of us. But
Mayor,
I'm with
yeah,
Paul.
Mayor,
I don't want to spend a bunch of money on having someone come in and tell us, yeah, here's what you did. You knew this back in November.
Sure, Mayor, Councilman Kozaczek. So the staffing plan was specific. It was generated because of the vaccine policy. The spinoff was uncovering all these other challenges. I think what we're talking about here, and by the way, those are immediate staffing issues that we've got. So that's 60, 90, 120 days out, 180 tops, right? So we'll revise that. That's a dynamic document. We'll make changes to that as time goes on. If I understand the scope of this, it's really more far-reaching in what's the staffing model that's necessary to achieve the service delivery model that the mayor and council would like to see, and do that in a metric form. There's really not very many metrics in that document other than we've got a bunch of vacancies we got to fill. And so the metric becomes the vacancies versus the service delivery on what we actually need.
I think that we need the scope and then move from there. Make the decision based on what we want those staffing models to look like. What is the service at the end of you know, the staffing model, really it is, what is the service that we want to provide our community, and what services are important for us to provide. And so being able to know, based on that end goal, what staffing we need to have is important. So being able to have a strategy to get it done is important. And that's what I see the Vice Mayor requesting from us. So with that, thank you, Vice Mayor, for bringing this item to our attention. Good conversation. We do have to move on to the following item just because of time constraints and concerns. I'm going to move on to item 10, which is the Pima Mine Road recharge project. Item 10, Councilmember Kozachik and I have requested a discussion on recent interactions with the CAP board related to Rosemont Mine. Councilmember Kozachik, please open up the item.
Okay, I'll be real brief. This item is really intended to sensitize staff to the need for tracking CAP board and their subcommittee agenda items, and also to re-clarify our own policy direction as it relates to specifically to facilities, the development, or the public. Well, let me rephrase that. In a recent CAP board agenda item, there was actually a consent item that was allowing Rosemont to top off water storage in the Pima Mine storage facility. We're part owners of that facility, and we weren't even advised that the CAP was going to put that on the agenda, that a deal had been struck. And so as part owners, we have first storage rights in that facility for CAP's unclaimed capacity. CAP ought to be reaching out to us to ask us if we want to exercise those rights. And so acting similarly in the future, I just wanted to make sure that we had this conversation so that staff is sensitized to the fact that not only CAP board, but subcommittee agenda items do have storage capacity items on it. And in some cases, we might have ownership entitlements to be a part of a conversation. So I just wanted to know how we're assuring the relatively new CAP board that we have standing and that we have to be included in some of the deals that they're cutting and then putting on an agenda. And that's really the sum and substance of why I'm asking for this.
Right, Stephen. And one of the most important pieces for me, and I really want to thank you for bringing this item to the council. One of the most important pieces for me is that since we have shared ownership with Central Arizona Water Conservation District, the Pima Mine Road recharge project, we share 50% of its recharge capacity, and the city of Tucson has first refusal. The CAP board really putting out some of our capacity for the use of Rosemont Mine. I don't know if the board is aware that the mayor and council have been very clear about not supporting Rosemont Mine, and I think that's an important piece to the decisions that the CAP board are making. They should know, and they should have communicated with mayor and council about any excess capacity. So with that, I just wanted to make sure that we put that on the record, because I think mayor and council have multiple times approved resolutions against Rosemont Mine. So anyway, Chris Avery is here to explain what the process is, and then what we can do to alleviate this concern moving forward. Chris?
Good afternoon, Council Member Kozachik and Mayor Romero and members of the council. I'd like to just give you a brief description of the project and the rights that we have under it, and the reason why we think we're protected going forward as best we can be. the Pima Mine Road Recharge Project is an important recharge project that was developed by the Central Arizona Project and Tucson in partnership to provide water at the terminus of the CAP canal. The city of Tucson and CAP share ownership rights in the project. We shared construction costs and land acquisition costs in the project equally. And we signed an IGA in the spring of 2000, which gives each party a right of first refusal for capacity in the project that the other party is not using. In addition to that right of first refusal, there's language in the agreement that require each party to consult prior to exercising those rights of first refusal about what their plans and intentions are for the project. So if the IGA is followed by Central Arizona Project, we should know by July of any given year what their intentions are with respect to storage at the facility and be able to exercise our rights of first refusal under that agreement. I think, I worked on this IGA when I first came here. I think that there's been some turnover in CAP staff, and they were, I think, unaware of their monitoring obligations under Section 17 of that IGA. And so in the recent past, that discussion has not taken place in July, it's taken place closer to September and October. I think they understand that the city's exercise of those rights of first refusal mean that if they grant a storage permit to Rosemont, they'll actually have less flexibility at the Pima Mine Road Recharge Project than if they do not. Right now, that facility not only recharges water for the city of Tucson, but in the past few years has recharged water for the groundwater replenishment district in relatively modest amounts, for the Arizona Water Bank, for the Vail Water Company, and for some other small providers. So we think we're in a position now where the parties understand their obligations under the 2000 IGA, and we think that the 2000 IGA protects us going forward if the mayor and council continue to want to make sure that Rosemont doesn't use Tucson's available capacity under that IGA. So there was some communication breakdowns. I think we've got those remedied as well. And I think moving forward, we'll be in good position. So that's pretty much all I have on that, unless there are any specific questions.
I think that's an acceptable response as long as we're well protected and their staff understand, the CAP board staff understand what the priorities are and the positions are, policy positions are for mayor and council. If we're well protected legally, then I think we're good to go. I think that it was very unfortunate communication breakdown. But Steve, do you have anything else, or any of my other colleagues?
I agree. As long, the reality is that if we had been given notice before they put that on consent, we could have said, no, we'll top off our storage capacity down there, and Rosemont's out of the conversation. So as long as we're back in that conversation, then that's good.
And I think they understand that if Rosemont does obtain a storage permit from them, which we don't have the right to deny them a storage permit, but we do have a right to exercise our rights of first refusal to make sure that there isn't water available for storage. And so I think they understand that. And I think going forward, we're in a better place on this than we were a couple of months ago, when we just had, even those of us who work on these agreements 20 years ago have to dust them off now and then and read them and make sure that we know exactly how things are going. And I think it's even more difficult when you haven't worked on the issue for a long time.
All right. Well, thank you, Chris. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Paul, I think you have your hand up.
I just wanted to ask, do we need to formally vote, or we already made the policy decision to refuse Rosemont if they want a storage capacity? Do we want to do that now, or do we need to formalize that in advance, Chris, or how does that work?
The mayor and council have consistently indicated their opposition to Rosemont's storage of water in the vicinity of Pima Mine Road. And so under the present circumstances, I don't think there's a need to formally reaffirm that policy. I think, we can continue to keep the mayor and council updated as part of our CAP storage. regularly provide an update to Mayor and Council about our plans for storage of Central Arizona project water in August and September when those orders are due to be placed. And so I think we can just keep that as a standing discussion item for those updates as we deliver them
All right. So
into the agreements.
So we're going to do a policy standoff and basically say, hey, if you give them a permit, we'll top off, or we'll add our capacity. We'll add to our own capacity. And if they know that,
I think they understand. I think they understand that, and I think that that's one reason why the storage permit's been pulled from their agenda the last 2 meetings.
Mhm. I don't think we need to add Councilmember Cunningham. I think we're well protected with that. I'm really glad that we had this conversation to clarify how protected we are as a city with our choices and our policy decisions as well. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Councilmember Kozaczek, and we're going to move on to item 6.
Thanks all.
No, thank you, Chris. Really appreciate it. Staff has an update on the ARPA community partner funding process. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, Mayor, thank you for the opportunity. So I'm going to turn it over to Liana Perez to go over the detail. We're looking for some direction today on the process. So at the end of her brief presentation, if we could get some direction, that would be great. Thank you, Mayor. Go ahead, Liana.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. As Mr. Ortega said, today we are bringing forward the grant application process that staff is recommending for the distribution of the ARP dollars through the community partners, which includes nonprofits and small businesses, in addition to perhaps for-profit businesses that we may be able to leverage funds in some of achieving some of our programmatic decisions that the Mayor and Council has set forward with the framework that we talked about, seems like many months ago, but a couple months back. Just want to remind Mayor and Council of the actual 7 categories, if you will, of the strategic framework that was provided to us by Mayor and Council. And so as we move forward with this process for the applications, we wanted to ensure that we were inclusive of these particular items, as well as addressing the items that we knew that we need to gather with respect to the application process, particularly in the area of gathering data and information to move forward with funding some of these programs. I also want to remind Mayor and Council that subsequent to approving this framework in June of 2021, Mayor and Council approved the various funding buckets for the projects and the programs. If you recall, there are programs that will be funded with city resources, if you will, in some cases expanding on programs and services that we already have, and in some cases creating new ones. And then there are also the programs that we expect applications from our community partners to apply under these particular funding sources. Wanted to remind Mayor and Council also that in the memo that went out, the anticipated community spend, if you will, or available dollars for this first year is $10.1 million, but that's just the community portions piece. There is other funding in the first year that is the internal pieces, but the 10.1 covers the community health and safety programming, about $3.6 million there, $2.25 million in small housing, small scale housing programs, about $2.3 million in microloans, youth and workforce skill development programs, which will be essential to the conversations, not just for developing these skills in the community, but also for what we just talked about earlier today with our own workforce as well. So that's where that number is. These are the programmatic pieces with respect to the community partners. So as you can see on the slide up there, at the core of this process is the equity tool and the actual application itself that our nonprofits and businesses will use to compete or submit proposals to us. In creating the equity tool, so we decided to not just have an application and a separate equity tool. We wanted it all to be one actual document, and I'll go over parts of that in a second. But thanks to Councilmember Santa Cruz and her staff for providing us some references of what some other communities in the country are doing with respect to using equity tools in various parts of their programming, particularly with respect to budgeting. So we took examples from other communities, but we also made it very unique to our community with respect to what we knew we wanted to capture in creating the equity tool. And we think we have a good tool to gather the information to do measure performance of these awards as we move forward. So the equity tool was really, guided by principles as they relate to policy making, service delivery, distribution of resources that account for historical investments, challenges, and disparities in our community. And that's where we want, because the way Mayor and Council approve these various buckets, it's very obvious, correct, that all of these areas are areas of significant need and areas where that have had significant impacts due to COVID. And of course, we talked about a couple of meetings ago, making these programs and projects long-term and sustainable. So we also surveyed our nonprofits that assisted us with the distribution of the CARES funding and incorporated many of their suggestions in this application, particularly those that have to do with record keeping and reporting in the process. So as I go through parts of this right now, I just want to point out that one of the things that we did get a lot of feedback on was their administrative costs. I believe they were capped under the CARES funding at 5%. We would recommend that we cap it at 10% to give them a little bit more leeway in managing these. Of course, some of these MOUs may be for smaller amounts, $50,000, $20,000, some may be, larger amounts. We want to make sure that they have the capacity both financially with respect to the reporting, the financial reporting, and the administrative reporting for the projects. So in going through this, the application process, we're going to be reaching out to organizations that are serving Tucson's most vulnerable populations, and of course, those hardest hit by COVID. We ask that Mayor and Council also, we are going to do a lot of social media and outreach, and of course, any organizations that Mayor and Council feels that we need to reach out that we may miss through some of these normal outreach cycles. Please send them our way or provide us with that information so that we can do the outreach. The application itself will have the equity scorecard analysis and the reporting requirements as part of it. So the process is really going to be that, first of all, the process is going to be kind of open and continuous, even though we know that we may get all these applications up front and account for the funding in the first year right away, but we don't know. So we wanted to keep it open and continuous, but with the, we estimate though that based on our timeline and calendar that we are probably prepared to issue the first grants in the early part of next year, which is right around the corner. We will, once we receive the applications, let me back up a little bit. As far as the actual application process, our business services department is prepared to conduct informal workshops and also make one-on-one appointments with applicants to assist them with completing the online applications. We will also provide bilingual, multilingual assistance as necessary. We don't want anybody to create any barriers by using the online process. We will work with them to get that information in so that they can submit their applications. So as we continue through the application process, the business services grants team, as an application comes in, will actually evaluate the applications initially for compliance with the ARPA guidelines. So that's very important right off the bat, that whatever they are proposing is in alignment with the federal Treasury guidelines for the use of these funds. Then a separate team will conduct the equity analysis using the application tool. And these will be blind ratings as part of the, the team that will evaluate those applications. And then there will be yet a third review process where we will use subject matter experts for the various departments. So say there's an application that has to do with small scale housing. We would ask Liz Morales or somebody from her team to also be part of reviewing those applications to determine, feasibility and on the projects and based on, what they are proposing. Those will also be blindly reviewed, if you will. Then following through the actual application process, once they are approved, individuals will be notified and we will have like a pre-award conference with them. We will provide them general guidance requirements, available resources. We've committed to providing them organizations accounting and financial resources and administrative resources if they need to be able to comply with the reporting requirements. And when we go to the application right now, we are asking a lot of questions, but it's for a reason. One is because of our requirement to report the funds, how the funds are being used, but also so that we can collect data and metrics for mayor and council to use as we move forward through the sustainability portions of this funding. So our discussions with you have all been, 4 years out. If somebody reapplies under the same program, we want to be able to evaluate those metrics of how effective the actual program that they have proposed are. Sorry, my light's not going up. So here's the application. It's it looks kind of strange because it's an online form. If you'd like, after this meeting, I can have business services send out the actual PDF form, but it'll look just like this. But it is an online form, and it'll make it more efficient for staff to collect the data. So there are several pages of it, but I think we covered all the very pertinent information that we are trying to gather, both from the equity perspective as well as our reporting requirements. I believe it's section, I know, so Jeff is controlling my slides here, but under section, question number 6, where it talks about where we start talking about program and progress project descriptions, we really get into, what wards would you be affecting? Where I know in some cases with the reports on the reporting on the CARES Act, some of the questions were, how we were reporting total community impact. These questions should allow us to actually dissect that a little further for this particular level of funding. And as we go through the form a little bit more, there's also, we're asking for the information that really allows us to do some more equity analysis. For example, addressing inequities. How does the program or project address inequity and impacts of the pandemic? How long are they projecting their program to last, to be impactful? And what outreach will they do to the various populations, and how will they do that outreach? And with respect to, by locations, by accessibility, hours of operation, depending on what the program is. So at this point, not knowing what types of programs people will be, organizations will be applying for, it'll be interesting to see, how all of these sections are completed. But again, like I said, we are fully prepared to starting, I believe, the second week in December. We will be having, provided Mayor and Council approves this direction, we will start having those information sessions and be available to answer questions as needed.
Leanna, thank you so much. I'm going to have to stop you there so we can have some questions.
I was done.
Oh, excellent. Perfect. From our colleagues on the council. My questions, I have a couple of questions. And what framework is the framework that Mayor and Council approved in terms of, you had the slide up of recovery for all, starting with the most vulnerable, invest in strategic partnerships, invest in, partnerships with grassroots networks and nonprofits, data-driven and evidence-based investments, transformative strategic investments. These are some of the language that we used. You're saying that you're releasing like a first tranche of funds for about $10 million. That's what the memo says. It says $10.1 million will be allocated in the strategic framework. So what exactly are you putting that $10 million, what's that $10 million focused use of those funds?
Thank you, Mayor. So
to all of our framework in terms of affordable housing and youth and, behavioral health investments and all of that stuff.
correct. And thank you, Mayor. So further kind of dissecting the questions, there were the other sections that Mayor and Council approved, the different buckets of the dollars, and those were the relief for families and frontline workers, the community reinvestment and recovery, the workforce youth development, the stable housing. And so though, just to give an example of some, so if you recall, Mayor and Council approved certain dollars in those buckets for each year going forward. So the 10.1 million is that first year of the dollars from the outside agencies that in those programmatic areas that you approved the funding sources. So as I said, the chunk of it is, or the first part of it, if you will, for that, for those categories are the community's health and safety, community health and safety and wellness programs, the small scale housing, the micro loans, and the youth and workforce skill development programs. Those were all in that first allotted bucket, if you will, for year one.
Okay.
Using our community partners.
With our partnership with our community partners. So that 10.1 is to be open to all of those categories that we approved.
Correct. And then the other piece for year one, the total spend was about a little over $49 million. But if you recall, Mayor and Council approved to put 18 million and change into reserves for the sustainability of the 4 years going forward. And then there's also the bigger buckets on the city side with respect to 3.2 billion for climate, $5 million for streets and sidewalks, 1.8 million in parks, irrigation and reclamation, reclaim projects. And there was a couple, $7 million in housing property acquisitions. So that's where the remainder of the 67 million is for year one, if that's your question.
Okay. And I guess my just a follow-up to that question is, based on the equity tool that we're putting forward, based on the areas of the city that are hardest hit from COVID-19 and investment in areas where we see high crime, we talked about that, violence intervention and interruption programs, youth employment, that's all part of this tranche, this $10 million tranche, correct?
Correct, and we will evaluate those proposed programs using the equity tool.
Okay, alrighty. Your memo says that you are intending to use these funds for nonprofit organizations and including private businesses. Can you explain that to me?
Yes, ma'am. So in some cases, there may be private businesses that apply to leverage some of their dollars, such as, well, first of all, small businesses would be private businesses, right? That could apply for funding under this. But there is also the opportunity for for-profit businesses. Say there was a lot of conversation about solar powered homes, investing in, home solar power. If a private company came to us and said, they wanted to leverage some of their funding or assets or what have you, that would be something that we could take into consideration to be able to serve that need or meet that need. I don't anticipate we would get a lot there because I think most of it is coming from the community safety and health, programs, the housing pieces, and the workforce and the workforce and skill development programs. But that under the guidance, there isn't a stipulation that it has to be just for nonprofits.
Okay. All righty. And then finally, you talked a little bit about the administrative charges. That's something that I did see plenty of input and feedback from the nonprofits that we used with the CARES Fund. And you talked about capping it, adding a cap. I think that's important because we want to make sure, as much as we want to make sure that the nonprofit has the capacity, the employee capacity to deliver the service, we also don't want to get it all lost into administrative charges. And they start adding up if we use, if we have 100 nonprofits charging so much in terms of administrative charges. So I just wanted to make sure that that is something that's very clear as we put these funds out for use of nonprofit organizations or small businesses if we're going to invest in small business development.
That's correct, Mayor. We did, as part of the survey that we did on the nonprofit agencies that were funded under the CARES Act, that was one of their concerns as well. So we did kind of ask them what would have been a more appropriate, and it was really between the 5 and 10%. But of course, these, as part of the evaluation too, these will be looked at as part of the feasibility of the program and what they are proposing, and is that 10% or 8% or whatever it is that in line with what they are proposing to deliver?
Okay, so we do have hands up, Council Member Santa Cruz, and then Council Member Cunningham, and then the Vice Mayor Lee.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Leanna. I really appreciate that you've taken a lot of the feedback, especially going back to the orgs that we worked with during the CARES, round of funding and what worked and what didn't. I think that was really important for us to not just, kind of not revisit the lessons learned from that. So thank you so much. I know I took a little more time, but thank you for your patience and for being really thoughtful and intentional about this. As I was going, through the grant application, also thank you for, embedding, the equity tool and those questions into the grant process. Having been on the side of being on committees, when people fill out grants and are trying to get funding, it's always very confusing. It's if you don't define things for them, because I've been on like, how are you addressing diversity? And people will think of everything except for race. And so I think it's just important to maybe have a definition, a working definition that GARE has too around like what equity is and then what inequity is, so that when applicants are submitting, they can speak specifically to that. And just as a quick example, when it comes to talking about racial equity, is that race can no longer be used to predict life outcomes, and for all groups are improved. And so it's just important, again, that we normalize this language, that this is what we mean by it, that like we're no longer you can no longer predict our life outcomes, based on your race or your gender, your sexual orientation, you can go down the list. But I just think it's important for us to do that, and just to bring, clarity as people are submitting. And then lastly, my question was around, the grants management team who's reviewing it. I think I heard somewhere in there that it was going to be department heads. So I'm just kind of trying to get an idea of the makeup of the team that's going to be reviewing the grant applications.
Yes, Councilmember Santa Cruz, thank you for the comments on the language. We will go back through the application before we go live with it, just to make sure that we have clarity in the areas that it's appropriate, and to put those definitions in there. With respect to the reviewing the actual grants and applications, so the first review is going to be by our business services team that does our grants management for the city, because they're only going to be looking at it with respect to does what the application proposed, does it meet the actual federal guidelines? In other words, is it a program that we can fund based on the guidelines? So that will be their only, that will probably be the easiest part of the application review. The second part will be actually a blind review, if you will, and we haven't completely decided on who the staff will be internally. Originally, I thought that we could possibly use individuals from outside the community, but then a lot of the questions that I've been getting from community organizations, many of them are actually interested in applying for this, so it would probably be a conflict to have some of them on this team. But many of you know Jasmine Chan, she's in our office. She actually developed the equity tool because she's been working very closely with GARE. She's a member of GARE. So I would probably work with Jasmine to see who else would be on the team. Again, these would be blindly rated with respect to an equity score on the proposals. And then the third piece, when I said the subject matter experts, so say it's a proposed program involving, small scale, housing or housing opportunities, that somebody like Liz Morales could actually be the subject matter expert with respect to determining if the grant application itself is feasible based on their experience with, cost estimates, resources, staffing. Does it make sense? So that's how we would use internal staff, because all of these areas are things that the city does anyway, in some respects. So we would hope to use our internal subject matter experts to review those that final piece.
Yeah, no, thank you, Leanna. I also think that this is a lot of work, and sometimes we do ask, it's an appropriate time to ask community members to weigh in, but I think some people should be getting compensated, for all the time and energy it takes to review all these applications. So I'm like, okay, I'm kind of understanding the different layers and checks and balances that y'all are trying to think about. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz, Councilmember Cunningham, and then Councilmember Lee, and then we have to move on to the next item.
When does the site go live?
We are hoping that it will go live once we get approval by Mayor and Council. And of course, we'll go back just one more time and look at the application again. So hopefully we can get it live next week.
All right, I'd like to be sure that it goes live. The announcement for when it goes live is put out about 24 hours in advance so that everyone can be prepared to submit their application at the same time.
We can certainly do that, Councilmember.
So in other words, let's make an announcement like 24 hours or 48 hours before we go live, and then say this is when the site will go live, so people will know, and they can go to the site and take a look at. And then is there already a PDF version of the application circulating?
No, there's not. It's just linked because we didn't know if we were going to actually make any changes to the application itself. Also, we will be holding the actual, in-person or virtual training sessions as well to answer questions that will also be, kind of simultaneous to the application going live.
What number do they call to set up an appointment to do the session?
I don't have a number for you right now, Councilmember Cunningham, but I can send that out to each of you once we're done, because it will probably be Amber Kerwin, and she's been actually assigned to business services for this very purpose to do this grants management piece. So it'll probably be Amber and her team that will be coordinating the session. So when I get that number, I will provide it to you.
And then is there a workshop? There's workshops we're doing too, right?
Correct. We will be scheduling those starting next, I believe, the week after next.
Okay, those are my questions. Really good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor Lee, and then Councilmember Santa Cruz. I don't know if you have your hand up again, but go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question on the lessons learned. I know I asked in multiple meetings for kind of an understanding of what worked well, what didn't work well with CARES Act funding. Never saw anything with those details. I'm glad that it happened and that input was taken and provided as an input to this process, but I would love to see whatever that is. In looking at the CARES Act funding allocations, Ward 4 and 5 didn't even show up on the pie charts. So I would like to know how we're going to ensure that the folks in need and the businesses in need in the wards that got basically no allocation of CARES Act funding are going to be included in this process.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And what we realized, I believe, when the CARES Act funding was distributed in many cases, because we use some of our larger, community nonprofit partners. So when it was kind of drilled down to where the funding was allocated, it was recorded, if you will, or tracked as like the main address of that particular entity. I believe that we will address this through using this equity tool with respect to some of the questions in there, as far as what wards will you be serving, and what amounts do you anticipate spending in these particular wards to address the needs, so that we can more adequately track it. That wasn't one of the questions that we had asked during the CARES piece, because as we were tracking it, we were just tracking it as to kind of like the main location of those primary organizations. And I can certainly get you some of that feedback, but really the biggest considerations were some of the organizations were smaller and didn't have internal financial resources or administrative resources to do the tracking and reporting that they needed. So that's what we're going to offer them for some of those smaller agencies. Particularly at the end of the grant, when they had to submit their final reports, they didn't realize there was information that we were going to be asking them for our purposes to be able to report it. So we want to make sure we get them all that information up front, and the actual resources that should they need the resources and our help to set up those reporting systems, so that it doesn't come as a surprise at the end of the grant that they have to report this information to us.
Okay, thank you for helping me understand the source of the data. That makes a big difference, so thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Also, I think we have to be super deliberate, Liana, in this website, this link that we're going to share, very explicit as to what the tranches of money available and for what programs we want them funded. And very deliberate in saying the most vulnerable areas, highest COVID-19 cases, highest poverty, highest crime, and that, unfortunately, is throughout the city of Tucson. So I think we need to be as explicit and deliberate as possible for the nonprofits to understand where the greatest need in our communities are, and where we'd like these funds targeted to. Councilmember Santa Cruz, and then we're gonna have to go to the next item.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I think you heard our feedback, Liana. So do you need a motion from us to just, like keep this moving forward and get this out there?
I will defer to Mr. Ortega. I think the motion, if we just need direction or approval of the actual tool, the process, and then we can start moving forward.
Yes, Mayor and Councilor Santa Cruz, if you could give us direction to move forward as presented, as outlined, that would be great. Thank you.
So moved, taking in the feedback from this conversation.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Excellent. Thank you so much, Liana. We are moving on to item 7. Thank you for your hard work on this. Item 7, time has been set aside for an update on the final draft of the Move Tucson plan. Mr. Manager, and I don't know if if Diana Alarcon is present, but go ahead, Mr. Ortega.
Mayor, make this quick. This is an opportunity. This was delayed before. We had bumped this a couple times, I think. Just an opportunity for you to hear. I believe we've got 5 slides. We're going to run right through them and hopefully get you up to date on that. So I'll turn it over to Diana, and then Andy Bemis, I think, is actually going to make the presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager, and good afternoon, Mayor and Council. And I'm going to quickly turn this over to Andy so we can run through this. This is just a quick review, and then we'll take any questions and answers at that point. Andy, you're still in, you're not in slide show, so you might, there you go. You're perfect now. So you're on, Andy.
Great, thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. So we have arrived at the end of our 2-year planning process for Move Tucson. The goal for today is really to provide a short presentation and seek input on the contents of the final plan document, many components of which you've already seen during updates we've provided throughout the process. So we won't be seeking formal adoption of the plan until your next meeting on December 7th to give plenty of time to review all the material. So I'll quickly go through the highlights of each chapter and leave plenty of time for discussion. And so as a reminder, and for the public watching, Move Tucson is our citywide transportation master plan. It's a vision for Tucson's mobility future over the next 20 years. It includes recommendations for projects, programs, investment levels, and strategies to achieve the Move Tucson vision. The first chapter goes over the vision and guiding principles, which are a lens through which all future policies, programs, and projects should be developed. They were shaped by the public input throughout Move Tucson and by the Tucson Complete Streets policy. They've guided both the types of transportation projects that we've proposed through Move Tucson, as well as how they were prioritized. The next chapter looks at what problems we're trying to solve with Move Tucson. It was informed by the existing conditions analysis we did on the transportation system, as well as by the community feedback we've heard along the way. And at a very high level, what we learned is that it's a high priority for us to invest in improving safety on our transportation system for all modes, to improve investing in maintaining the infrastructure that we already have, and to provide better alternatives and more choices for people to move about the city. The next chapter looks at the recommendations proposed in Move Tucson. And as a reminder, there are over 640 miles of named projects, everything from modernizing our major street corridors with an emphasis on complete streets, to new high-capacity transit projects, to small-scale sidewalk infill projects and greenways, and everything in between. There are also categories of what we're calling packaged improvements, including pavement maintenance and repair, safety projects, improved transit service, neighborhood scale mobility improvements, bicycle and pedestrian projects, and traffic signal technology upgrades. And then finally, there is a section describing the programs, policies, and project strategies meant to help implement the Move Tucson vision. And that includes things like updating the major streets and routes plan and adopting a Vision Zero policy and action plan, among others. So when we shared this plan for public review, we saw very high levels of support for both the vision and guiding principles, but also for the project types and recommendations, especially those local connections, high capacity transit projects, and strategic solutions projects. So the next chapter is titled Moving Tucson Forward. It covers the implementation plan that we shared with you at our last update. When we shared this chart, as you'll recall, we had looked at 3 scenarios: maintaining current funding levels shown in yellow here, an aspirational but we think achievable increase in funding, which is actually the recommended scenario coming out of Move Tucson shown in blue. And then we had the fully funding the Move Tucson vision at that purple line on top. Wanted to mention that we did, when we took this through the Complete Streets Coordinating Council, they did vote to approve this recommended scenario, although they wanted to see the inclusion of a 4th scenario shown here in teal that is a transit-focused scenario that considers the full cost of implementing the long-range regional transit plan. So with that, I'll hand it back over to Diana to talk through our next steps from here and how we'll be using this plan into the future.
Thank you very much, Andy. I really appreciate it. So how do we get there? So As you're well aware, the new infrastructure, so federal funding is going to be a great opportunity for us, and we're going to be working on that and putting a plan together and recommendations for those opportunities, and be ready on the mark as those opportunities come aboard. Discretionary grant opportunities as well. So we're going to be really challenging staff to make sure that we're going after all of those opportunities as well to move Tucson forward. And also taking some of our current dollars and looking at how we can reallocating them so that we can get the best bang for our buck. And then, of course, what's really great about Move Tucson as well is this gives us an opportunity to partner with the private sector so they can actually help us with some of this infrastructure improvement as well. Local funding initiative is something we think is still an opportunity to consider, and as well as our continue to partner with our regional partners at the Pima Association of Government or through the RTA is another consideration. So no single funding is going to be able to address all the recommendation. It's going to have to be a collaborative, and we are hoping that you will support next at the December 7th meeting, the adoption of the implementation plan for Move Tucson so that we can really start digging into putting together a funding plan recommendation that's going to move Tucson's vision forward as well as the category framework. So with that, I will close and turn it back over to you, Mayor, and to Council for any questions and address any concerns. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Andy and Mr. Manager. I just want to say that this has been such an incredible process put together by your team, Diana. Incredible community engagement in all of it. I really do see the Move Tucson plan as the blueprint for this mayor and council. And the city of Tucson to be able to follow through with a very important time that's happening right now, right? We're living in a very important time. We just saw the president sign a bipartisan infrastructure bill that makes millions and millions of dollars available, not just for Arizona, but for Tucson. And so with Move Tucson as a blueprint, I think we have to be very aggressive in those grant opportunities that the infrastructure bill offers. And so we know we have the projects that we know we need based on input from the community. We've just got to make sure that this mayor and council empowers you and your staff and the city manager to go get them. It was a really good sign for the city of Tucson to be invited to be at the signing of the infrastructure bill, because really it wasn't just Regina, the mayor of Tucson, that was invited. It was the city of Tucson that was invited to be at the table at the signing of that infrastructure bill, and we have to make sure that we take advantage that Tucson, the city of Tucson, is on the radar of the Biden administration. So I'm really happy to hear that, next meeting we're going to be advancing this blueprint, and I'm looking forward to be able to put it to work immediately. Councilmember Ulick, and then Councilmember Cunningham, and then we go with Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you. And Diana and Andy, I just want to echo my gratitude for your outstanding work and leadership on developing this blueprint. I think that it's quite extraordinary to have such a clear, measurable, and impactful plan in front of us. So thank you for that. Mayor Romero, yes, the city of Tucson was invited. It doesn't escape any of us that that's thanks to your own advocacy and leadership on behalf of our city. So thank you for keeping us at the forefront. Diana, your wrap up was exactly where I was thinking that it's particularly with our dialogue with the Regional Transportation Authority and PAG, which I know we'll discuss in the next item, which I see signs of hope about. I wanted to suggest that if it's possible for you and your team to come back to mayor and council sometime by the end of January, because to provide a matrix of the projects and categories and the different potential funding sources, which do seem to be a good fit, whether it's Prop 101, federal grants, formula dollars coming through, or RTA Next. But I do hope that that can come back to Mayor and Council before February 1st, because we're all very cognizant of the fact that some of those key decisions about how to allocate dollars and what pots to tap and how best to partner are going to need to be made at that time. So the motion is for staff to come back in January with that outline to meet the February 1 goal date for our decisions with the RTA on participation in RTA Next.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
So I believe that Councilmember Ulick made that as a motion. Is there a second to this particular motion?
Yes.
Second.
Alrighty, a couple of my colleagues said yes. So there's a motion and a second. Let's continue discussion. Councilmember Cunningham and then Councilmember Santa Cruz. I don't know if we lost Councilmember Cunningham.
Yes, Your Honor. Believe it or not, I believe that the hand being up was from the last item, and I failed to take my hand down.
Alrighty, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Diana and Andy, so much for all your work and your dedication, throughout this entire process. I know it's been a challenge. We set out back in February of 2020 to get to working on this, and y'all have been on your toes trying to be creative about how we get, input, and just how important it's been that we see this as a living document that continues, to be informed. Thank you, Councilmember Ulick, for your remarks and just also wanting us to think around the strategy of what are how we're prioritizing some of the projects as we're going after federal funds, because I understand they're going to be grants that we have to apply to. So looking forward to, to that process and bringing in, some of that investment here to the city of Tucson. So the only bit of feedback that I had from the plan is if, trying to be consistent with the conversation from earlier around the equity piece, if we can define that, what do we mean when we're using that term, in this document, and if there can be some consistency around it, because we've used high equity areas, equity focus areas, concentration of mobility vulnerable population based on demographics. So I think if we can just have clarity around all of those terms, and specifically, if instead of high equity areas, we're using high inequity areas or even equity priority areas, if we can, even in the phrases that we're using, kind of offer some clarity, would be helpful. But otherwise, just super, grateful for all your work and looking forward to bringing a lot of this work to life here.
Any other input from our colleagues on the Move Tucson plan? I really like the idea of bringing back a kind of a bit of a strategic plan as to how to put the Move Tucson plan to work, where we're going to tap into federal funds, formula funds that are already come to the city of Tucson, the possibility of continuation of Prop 101, and if conversations continue to move in a positive direction at RTA and PAG, the possibility of partnering for regional funds. That is a bit up in the air, so that's why I appreciate the coming in January. And we have to get ourselves ready. This is a blueprint, as I said. We need to get ourselves ready to be as competitive as we possibly can for the federal infrastructure funds. So all in all, I think it's a wonderful idea. And hearing none of my colleagues with additional comments, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion passes. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Diana. I think you're going to stay with us.
Thank y'all very much. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you. Thank you. This is a culmination of a lot of work. Item 8, we need a motion to endorse the recommendations to the RTA Executive Director. And I believe, Diana, this is also your item, as well as the city managers.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and Council. So as usual, every time that there is an upcoming RTA regional meeting that is planned, we like to bring back to y'all what is going to actually be discussed. So a few items that will be forthcoming. So what you have before you is actually the agenda that was actually held at the management meeting this past week. That will be forthcoming for the mayor's consideration as part of the RTA board on December the 9th. And some of the things that I'm really excited to see about coming forward, and then I'm going to turn it over to the city manager and he can kind of get into a little bit more detail about the overall conversation, is that we will see our NOFA, which is our notice for funding request that we put forward for the downtown links, as well as for Broadway, is coming before the regional council for a vote for approval, as well as also what will be coming before the regional council will be for the First Avenue that we brought back to y'all last month for consideration of downsizing from 6 lanes to 4 lanes, and that will be coming before the regional council as well. And with that, city manager, I will turn it over to you for any further conversation you'd like to add about the overall meeting. Thank you.
Mayor, members of the council, the only thing I'll let you know is I continue to drive home the need for delivery of the program. And what I basically emphasized was that the RTA staff appears to split hairs with regard to, and I'll use the term eligibility or funding at the 06 level. And I understand what the ballot language talks about. I understand the amounts, but the key piece to that is we don't talk about the delivery of the project in 2021 and beyond. The public participation, the needs of the community have to be factored in. And so I keep suggesting to them, fine, fund it at the 06 level, but if we can't afford to fund it for whatever reason, the project doesn't get delivered, it's a black eye for the Regional Transportation Authority. So that's really, I just summarized what my emphasis was, and I'll continue to go down that path, Mayor. Diana and I are happy to answer any questions.
I also wanted to include on this item is there was a presentation done by my colleague, Supervisor Rex Scott, on a possibility of a weighted vote for the city of Tucson. And I think that, I don't know if this is the particular item that we have, that you had requested, Councilmember Ulick, see on the RTA and the governance structure of it. But there was a presentation by Supervisor Scott to add weighted voting for the city of Tucson, or representational voting for the city of Tucson on the PAG side. So I think this is the point where I would like our city attorney, Mr. Rankin, to talk a bit about his advice and opinion regarding the governance structures, because this is a big piece of what my colleagues on the council had requested that we present to the PAG RTA. Karen, I do see your hand up before I hand it over to Mike. Your hand is up. Did you want to add anything to what I just said? And then also Councilmember Kozaczek, and then we can move to Mike.
I can wait until Mike speaks. It does relate to the governance, so thank you.
Okay.
Same here. Same here.
All right. Go ahead, Mike. Please tell us what you know and what your legal advice is.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. And I tried to include all of this information in the Mayor and Council memorandum. And I'm just referring to that because there's also a link there that was embedded in the memorandum that gives you access to the presentation that the mayor was just discussing that was made to the PAG Regional Council. So just to try and put it succinctly, we're talking about two separate entities. You have PAG, which has its regional council, which functions as the region's MPO, and it has its own rules. And then you have the RTA, which is a statutory entity, which is governed by statutes that apply to it. And so I'll start with the RTA. And the RTA is governed by its board, and by statute, the board is in fact the PAG Regional Council. And under the statute that governs the RTA, as opposed to the authority up in Phoenix, but our own RTA, each member of the board of the RTA has one vote. So weighted voting was an issue at the time when the statutes were being shaped for the RTA, and ultimately it was decided to structure it as a one member, one vote structure. That can change, but it would, to install a true weighted voting where one member has more of a weighted vote than another, would require a statutory change. But that said, if you go back to the first point I made, the statutes for the RTA board say that the board is made up of the PAG Regional Council. The statutes do not dictate the membership of the PAG Regional Council. Instead, it's the PAG bylaws that dictate the membership of the PAG Regional Council. And so if the membership of the PAG Regional Council were to change by an amendment to the PAG bylaws, that would necessarily mean that the board of the RTA would change because they functionally become one and the same. To change the bylaws of the Regional Council of PAG requires a majority vote of the Regional Council, and then it requires one additional step. Under the federal law that governs MPO, Metropolitan Planning Organizations, if there is a change in the structure or of the membership or the voting, then it requires the agreement of the sign off of the governor and the two entities, the entities on the membership of the governing body that make up at least 75% of the region. In that instance, it means Pima County and the city of Tucson. So for a change to be made in representational voting, as the mayor put it, where the city and the county, for example, would have more members, voting members, on PAG Regional Council based on the much greater population density in those two jurisdictions, then the way that could be accomplished would be an amendment to the PAG bylaws, which then ultimately would have to be approved and agreed to by the city of Tucson, Pima County, and the governor. So that's how that could occur.
So Councilmember Ulick, your hand is up, and then we'll go to Councilmember Kozachik.
Thank you, and thank you, Mike. I really wanted to just express appreciation for Supervisor Scott. I know that Supervisor Hines and Grijalva have also been engaging with us to try and find a path forward that's cooperative, that's just, and offers real representation for everybody in the region that is equitable and fair. And so I really just wanted to express appreciation. I see hope for a path forward. I don't know what the end resolution will be, but I do see some very promising engagement from the Board of Supervisors. So I really wanted to express my appreciation to Supervisor Scott in particular for his recent communication.
Absolutely, 100% agree. Councilmember Kozachik.
Thanks. Mike, thanks for the clarification. I had a couple of comments about the whole issue. But first of all, on the preliminary funding needs analysis that came out, Diana, there are 2 references to grant. One says there's a $9 million shortfall. Another one says that's for phases 3 and 4, and then for 5 and 6, it's $82 million. So there's a $91 million funding need. Is that correct? I'm reading this right?
Yes, sir. So in their analysis that they did, overall, to today's funding level, to where we're estimating all projects, so it's not just what we have left in the city and the RTA plan, but all the RTA plan, there's roughly above $300 million shortfall. But the analysis that was done on the sales tax revenue and anticipated increase that they are expecting, that would actually bring the shortfall down anywhere between 88 million to 134 million. So there is still a funding gap, and that's why the city manager really honed in on being able to deliver the projects. So there is going to have to be some additional conversation that's going to be that we need to have about how to meet that 88 to 134 million dollar funding gap.
Okay, and here's where I don't disagree with Mike, but I disagree with the position so far that the board has taken, is that inflationary escalation was absolutely built in to the original plan, and it's in their bylaws in a number of different places. So they need to understand that we're not locked into 2006 budget levels, and then we have to make up the delta 20 years later. That was never part of the deal. So that's an important piece of this conversation. In addition, there are more issues that we need to see progress on than just the voting item. I do believe that adding the city and the county representation to the PAG board, is where this conversation really gets us to where we need to be. Excuse me, with respect to our representation on the RTA board, kind of by extension. So we get on the PAG board, and then those numbers, just automatically float over and by terms of their bylaws. So I think that's positive. Some other issues, though, taking a year to get this conversation onto an agenda is really completely inappropriate. And so there is some, I know that the mayor has been asking for this since January, February, March. And so here we are at Thanksgiving, and we're finally having a productive conversation about it. One proposal that was made is making the city a permanent member of the executive committee. The executive committee advises the executive director on agenda items, and so that I think is an important piece for the PAG board, the regional council, to consider. If we had that representation, I'll guarantee you we would have been having this conversation before the summer started and not before Thanksgiving. Projects on the ballot. There was a very productive conversation that the mayor can bring us up to speed on with respect to representation on the CAC, the Citizens Advisory Council. This happened at the last meeting after Rex made his proposal about representation on the PAG board. If the CAC was expanded to include more city representation, then we have effectively increased our voice on that group as well. Right now, there are 22 CAC members. There's room for 35. That's authorized within the RTA. At the last RTA meeting, they took 4 votes advancing the goal of a wider city and demographic representation. It's not just City of Tucson residents, it's a demographic expansion as well. I think that was a positive sign. So again, we're starting to see the conversation advance. And again, the expanded representation on the CAC board will necessarily advance our interest in getting projects on RTA next. Next item I want to bring up is that the executive director allowed the most recent CART committee meeting to end prior to any open discussion. So they had a staff presentation. Then all of a sudden, just mysteriously lost their quorum, and there was no public conversation about that presentation. The executive director's role and his evaluation have to be defined, and where his actions violate existing bylaws, he's got to be held accountable for that. even in the June retreat that they had, it was really clear that silos continue to exist, and an effective executive director is supposed to bring all the members together and not marginalize some to his own benefit. So that role, the executive director's role, as it presently is being allowed to operate, has to change, or we don't have any reason to expect anything to change in the next RTA. And finally, on February 1st, we decide our role. And so I appreciate the motion to have this item brought back ahead of that. But we're going to send a very clear message to the RTA when we decide whether or not to put a ½ cent or a full cent on the next ballot for Prop 101. There's also the issue of our remaining projects and what I opened with in the whole conversation about inflation. That's in the RTA bylaws and it's in their ADs. So our remaining projects have to be guaranteed first in line next time around. Can't be backloaded again, even though I understand there's some of the front loading was justified this time around based on the streetcar and the complexity of some of our projects. But we have to resolve the issue of where our projects sit and their funding level on the next RTA before we sign on to this. And finally, and this is in our material, I said finally 3 times now, this time for real. In the 30-year plan that they have projected from 2022 to 2050, they've got this $5 billion revenue projection. There are no recessionary dips built into their job growth, into their disposable income, into their growth, any of their growth rates. That wasn't realistic in 2006. It's not realistic in 2021. And so that's the reason this whole flexibility conversation has to be a part of RTA next. It's nice for them to project $5 billion in revenue over the next 30 years, but they also have to get a real revelation that, we're not going to get through 30 years without any kind of recession. And so these revenue projections aren't on a straight up line pattern. So anyway, I agree that the conversation appears to be headed in a positive direction. There's still some boxes we need to check though before we're signing on to this thing.
Yeah, absolutely, Councilmember Kozachik. I mean, you hit all of the areas of concern that I've shared with my colleagues on the PAG RTA board, and the delivery, as City Manager Ortega just mentioned, the delivery of the program, which, by the way, we know for a fact the City of Tucson program, in order to deliver the projects, and we differ, right? We differ in the amounts that the RTA PAG employee staff from what we have in terms of how much it's going to take to deliver the projects. We have about a 280 something million shortfall, and their top shortfall is about 130 million. So even there hasn't been any movement. And to be perfectly honest with you, the vote for the program delivery, this big concern that we have and that you just mentioned about the inflation, hasn't been allowed at the PAG RTA board. So hopefully we will continue requesting that we solve that issue and have the PAG RTA board vote on what our next step is to be able to fill that hole and deal with that inflation issue that you talked about. And finally, and I'll make this my final. I have no trust that the executive director of the PAG RTA has the best interests of the entire region in mind. an effective executive director for any metropolitan planning organization really tries to bring in every jurisdiction to the table and build consensus. And what we have now in terms of an executive director is not that. He pushes and alienates, particularly the city of Tucson, and does not allow discussion and doesn't put items on the agenda so that we can vote on them as a board. It's very, very concerning. And so in order for the city of Tucson to be able to progress into saying, hey, we want to get onto an RTA next, all of the issues that you talked about are absolutely need to be ironed out in order, and the question marks about the executive director need to be ironed out in order for the city of Tucson to be able to have a fair shot at equity and fairness at that table. So thank you. I do seek your input and feedback. We have to move from this item, but I am open, all ears, before our next meeting, which is December 9th, I believe, of the next RTA PAG board. So please get me your notes so that I can take your input to that table. Councilmember Cunningham, and then I have a question for my colleagues and the city manager about our time. Councilmember Cunningham.
So I think Steve touched on this, and he's right. We've really got to decide about 101. That's going to be the big decision. And I think we can't have our cake and eat it too. We're either going to expand 101 to the full extent, and that means that we're not going to get on board with RTA2. We'll be in control of that money on our own. That's a big deal. And truth be told, as Tucson city-centric as I am, from a regional standpoint, that might be short-sighted. We've got to figure out a way for these guys to play some ball.
Can't understand any of it.
Councilmember, I think we lost you. For some reason, you disconnected and we didn't hear half of what you just said.
We can get what we want. If you remember the last time we voted, I was a little disappointed in what we were recommending to the RTA, because
I think we lost him. Roger, I think we lost Councilmember Cunningham, but did we still have the motion on the floor, Roger?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the motion is still on the floor. Councilmember Cunningham, we lost you.
Sorry about that. All I was trying to iterate was that as Tucson centric as I am, we're going to make the decision. The biggest decision we're going to make is whether or not we refund 401 and whether or not we add that half penny. And if we do that and run our own and go it alone, we go it alone. That's the decision. That decision is on us, and that is our ace in the hole. So who's going to blink first? But I think we should be going ahead with that plan and be planning to run our own half-cent upon the expiration of the RTA's half-cent that's going to stay in Tucson. That's what I think we should be planning to do right now.
So Councilmember Cunningham and colleagues, I hear you. I want to be a good regional partner, but there are a lot of question marks on issues that are important for the residents and the taxpayers of the city of Tucson, so that we could be fair and be able to move forward in an authentic, mutually beneficial relationship with the PAG RTA. So with that, we have a motion on the floor. There's a second. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Steve, I'm sorry, you had your hand up. I don't know
It's
if it
fine.
was
I
from
was
the
just
last.
going to respond to Paul real quickly that I don't think anybody disagrees that in the best of all worlds that the region moves together as one. And yet we have some very fundamental issues that if we signal right now saying, yeah, we're going to be in with you and we'll just trust you to figure these things out later on, then they have no incentive to really bargain hard with us at the table. It took us 8 months, 6 months to even get to a conversation about proportional representation. As soon as we say we trust you for the next 20 years, then they're going to walk away from the table again. So I say we dig in and continue this negotiation, and we hope that by the January vote that they've made some real significant and serious progress.
And that's what I'm saying, Steve. Like, why don't we plan on running our own initiative in 3.5 years? Isn't that when it expires, right?
I think we could spend the entire night on this, but we do have our next item. and like I said, offline, I'm more than happy to get your input so that I can take it with me to the PAG RTA meetings. I hear you loud and clear, and I will do everything I possibly can to take this message with me to the next meeting, which is December 9th. We do have an item that will be at least 30 minutes, and we should give it the appropriate time it deserves, is the conversation on housing affordability. It's something that I had presented to my colleagues on the council, that Housing Community Development has done an amazing job in getting community input and has put a strategic plan together for us. That conversation will take about 30 to 40 minutes. And so my question to my colleagues is, do you all need a 5-minute break to go to the restroom and then come back and talk about the affordable housing strategy that we requested that our Housing Community Development Department has in front of us, and then spend another half an hour on it, and then start the regular meeting late? The regular meeting is it's not very full, so we can move fast on the regular meeting. What is the preference over here? 5-minute break and then come back and get this done? I see some nodding. Okay. Alrighty. Let's break for 5 minutes and then come back and finish with the affordable housing strategy. just going to set it up really quickly. As you all recall, in August, I brought an item to the council study session so that we could put a affordable housing strategy together. I felt at the time that it was we didn't have a system that affordable housing was an afterthought in many of our strategies to move forward, especially in planning and development and sustainability. And so we all directed housing community development to create an affordable housing strategic plan. I have to commend Liz Morales and her team for going out and doing incredible community engagement, having conversations with all segments of our community, and being able to put this affordable housing strategic plan together, I feel, in record amount of time. That is so thorough and so well put together. So thank you, Liz. What I'll do is I will have our city manager open up the conversation. Then Liz is going to do her presentation, and then we're going to save our questions to the end so that she can present the entire picture to us, and then we can ask questions. Mr. Manager, it's your floor.
Sure, Mayor, thank you. You know, I won't take a lot of time. I really just wanted to emphasize that this is a follow-up to the leadership that you all have provided. Mayor, you mentioned how you brought this item up. At some point, I've heard housing affordability from all of you. And I think it's important that we recognize your leadership in pushing this forward. I think sometimes it gets lost in the shuffle there because there's so much logistics that needs to go into the making of these conversations. But I just wanted to take a moment and recognize you. So with that, I'll turn it over to Liz Morales, our Community and Housing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Madam Mayor. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on this important subject. And also just very grateful for the support that I get from Mayor and Council on this topic. Just giving it a minute for it to open up. Okay, so we are calling this the draft of housing affordability strategy for Tucson. As you know, HCD loves acronyms. So this is, we're gonna call it the HAST plan. And we will quickly go over through these 5 topics and want to really do a deep dive on number 3 around policy initiatives and actions, and also the funding. So, housing affordability, as the city manager and the mayor has already said, has been a high priority by Tucson Mayor and Council. On August 10th, Mayor and Council directed Housing Community Development to come back in 90 days with a comprehensive plan focused on short-term goals, immediate actions that the city can take to further increase housing affordability in Tucson. The housing affordability strategy for Tucson builds on previous planning and research directed by Mayor and Council and focuses specifically on the preservation and construction of housing units to meet our current housing crisis. The plan also highlights how investments in affordable housing must be strategic to align with other important priority areas such as climate resiliency and advancing social equity. The subject is not new. Housing affordability has been identified as a high priority. Some of the actions that Mayor and Council have taken to support affordable housing development in recent years include the creation of the Commission on Equitable Housing and Development, the adopting the UDC amendments to increase the ability to build accessory dwelling units, creation of the Sunshine Mile overlay with the city's first density bonus for affordable housing. Also maintaining an impact fee waiver program for affordable housing development, the development of the the adoption of the People, Communities, and Homes Investment Plan, which we refer to as PCHIP, which has one of the priorities towards affordable housing. Mayor and Council have also directed PDSD and HCD to conduct a housing market study that was very deep on data to understand the changing housing conditions in Tucson. And finally, directing HCD to purchase hotels to model the housing first approach. Sorry. I would like to take a moment to speak about our outreach that we did for this effort. We held 3 meetings, which were held in October. And the HCD had 2 virtual and 1 in-person meeting to present the HAST plan and gather feedback from the public and stakeholders. One of those stakeholders were developers, and we had over 100 in attendance. Throughout October and November, the Commission on Equitable Housing and Development and all 3 of its subcommittees also discussed the draft plan. Feedback from the Commission included a motion in support of the draft plan, as well as a motion from the Housing First subcommittee to fund at least 1 permanent supportive housing development each year, and a motion from the Housing Segregation subcommittee to support policy initiatives number 3 and number 10 as potential ways to affirmatively further fair housing and reduce housing segregation in Tucson. I do want to include some of the data that's in the plan. It's very much a small version, a short version, but it does give us a picture of where we're at with both the income and also the housing affordability. The poverty rates, Tucson has historically been one of the lowest communities in Arizona. If you can see in 2014, Tucson is in the dark blue, was at 25.3%. 2019, we're at 19.1%. We have seen a decrease over the years, which means we've been making some good decisions and making progress, but we still have a significant need in Tucson around income. Also, the housing costs increasing. Between 2017 and today, the median rent increased 40%, and the typical home value in Tucson rose 60%. We know that incomes are not keeping pace with the housing cost. Between 2019 and November 2021, the median rent prices have increased 6 times faster than the median income, household income, while typical home values have increased over 10 times more than the incomes. What's the impact on Tucsonans? The chart shows what affordable housing looks like for a few of the common occupations in the Tucson metropolitan statistical area, with the varying family sizes. Just for example, the single parent household where they might make $40,000 a year, family of 2, that would put them at 80% of the area median income. They can afford a max of $1,000 in rent, yet right now, the average for a 2-bedroom apartment or unit is $1,257. It is outside of their ability to afford. So this is where we get into the policy initiatives. We have 10 and accompanying actions. Before I start that, I do want to just revisit the PCHIP home priorities, which are laid out, and also how we put ourselves forward on creating the HAST policy. As I stated, this really is about supporting the preservation and construction of the housing units, and it has a focus on residents who are most vulnerable to housing instability, meaning those who don't have an ability to have permanent housing and that it's affordable. And also we want the HAST plan to align actions with other key city initiatives such as climate resiliency and advancing racial and social equity and supporting older adults. As I'll go through each of the initiatives, there is a timeline. When I refer to short term, we're talking about less than 2 years. Medium term is 2 to 5 years. And ongoing means we are currently working on and will continue to work on for at least the next 5 years. First initiative is around transforming the public housing. The City of Tucson, we own and operate over 1,500 units of public housing with the average age of 41 years old for the units. HCD recently had a physical needs analysis, which reports that we need $48 million to address the physical needs over the next 20 years, and this does not include Tucson House. The funding currently received by HUD under the Capital Improvement Program is about $2 million per year, and these cost estimates do not include the renovation of Tucson House, as I stated. Therefore, the City of Tucson needs to transform its public housing through a process that's called asset repositioning. Asset repositioning changes the regulatory and funding platform of the public housing and provides greater flexibility and options than currently available through the current program, but it would still be a HUD-funded program. The City of Tucson has received HUD technical assistance to develop a plan that will achieve the following goals: to preserve and renovate rental units that provide the best housing options and locations for Tucson residents with a housing subsidy, to create home ownership opportunities by selling select single-family homes in public housing to current residents or other low-income households. The home sales will include a long-term affordability requirement, and reallocate the public housing subsidies from homes sold and place at new rental developments. I want to make sure that it's clear that current residents will not be displaced by any of these actions, and residents will be included in the discussion and planning of the asset repositioning plan. So under the short term, we recommend creating a repositioning plan to meet the objectives of increased affordable housing and to bring that back to the PHA Board of Commissioners for approval, and also to submit the first rental assistance demonstration application to HUD, which would transition approximately 200 units over to the new funding platform that HUD offers. The second policy initiative is around building capacity in Tucson around affordable housing. In order to accomplish the public housing asset repositioning and other city-owned projects, the City of Tucson is in process of creating a development arm. In the short and medium term, the City of Tucson intends to co-develop city-owned properties. This type of development entity is not uncommon across the nation, as many public housing agencies work on development projects to boost their overall mission. The City of Tucson supports affordable housing development partners primarily through gap funding, like our home program. HCD will continue to do this and is developing a consistent, transparent application process to provide more clarity for the development community and to better align with the state funding cycles. In addition, the City of Tucson will look for opportunities to build capacity and support new local developers and existing nonprofit organizations interested in development. This includes training focused on small-scale development and the missing middle housing. The third initiative, which is to prioritize and facilitate affordable housing in areas of opportunity. It is important to ensure that we develop housing in what we refer to as areas of opportunity. One of the ways we will do this, as in the short term, is to develop a checklist, which would be a tool to objectively score affordable housing projects to inform decisions such as property acquisitions and funding allocations. You can, anyone can find the draft checklist criteria that, again, is in draft form that's listed in Appendix B, and HCD will work with the Commission on Equitable Housing Development to refine and test the tool. Reviewing the update and updating the Human Relations Ordinance is another potential short-term goal that includes fair housing protections to include other potential groups, such as those who are denied housing because of source of income, like Social Security or a housing choice voucher, and also to include the ban the box as well. Ongoing, we want to promote housing in key revitalization areas, which I'd like to go more in depth here. So for the purpose of prioritizing development in key revitalization areas, which can help support projects applying for low-income housing tax credits program, HCD proposes that Mayor and Council adopt the areas identified on this map. As you know, the City of Tucson has made several investments in these areas to spur economic development, improve infrastructure, and support cultural vibrancy. This does not mean the city will not support developments outside of these areas, but that the city recognizes these as key revitalization areas. I also recommend that this map be reviewed and updated annually to include new areas of investment and priority. So I'd like to list, because it might be hard to see the map, the specific geographic areas for your consideration are Thrive in the 05, Sunshine Mile Overlay, which encompasses Broadway from downtown to Houghton, Grant Road Investment District, Central Business District, La Doce South 12th Redevelopment Strategy, and the FTA Equitable Transit Oriented Development Planning Grant. The fourth initiative is to expand efforts to preserve and enhance existing housing. Preserving and enhancing existing housing must be a key initiative. It will serve to keep our residents in their homes that have spanned generations. There are these following goals to do this. Short term, we would like to launch the pilot accessory dwelling unit improvement program, to develop manufactured housing rehabilitation initiative to support affordable homeownership opportunities, which Mayor and Council, you've already listed it in the local city's ARPA funding. And medium term, to create a new rehabilitation program that would be for multifamily rental buildings. And ongoing, we have been in conversations with Arizona Department of Housing to identify and support continuing affordability terms for expiring low-income housing tax credit projects. The fifth policy initiative is to update zoning regulations to encourage affordable housing. Developing housing is a costly, we had heard when we met with our developer stakeholder group that zoning is a critical piece if we want to increase affordable housing projects. HCD and PDSD is working closely together. Here are some goals that are feasible now. In the short term, we can incorporate incentives into planning and overlay zoning on transit corridors. In the medium term, to promote high quality, climate adapted and attractive design of new housing, and to update development standards and create tools to incentivize affordable housing. Mayor and Council may want to take an immediate action and direct planning and development services that is currently developing an amendment to the commercial parking code to include affordable housing projects as eligible projects to request a parking reduction. The sixth policy initiative is to facilitate development by reducing cost and through innovation. Developing housing is a costly endeavor, especially for affordable housing who needs to make projects pencil out. Finding ways to reduce costs and also looking at new innovative ways to develop housing will be a key to bringing on more units in Tucson. We believe this will happen with the first short-term goal of streamlining development review process for affordable housing projects, evaluating the expansion of the Affordable Housing Impact Fee program, and also medium term incentivize the ADU construction to add affordable rental units to the market. And ongoing, we want to promote low-cost development methods, such as modular homes and 3D printed homes, which is in this picture. This is the first 3D printed home that was done in Tempe. I would like to ask Mayor and Council to consider directing staff to develop language to amend the Affordable Housing Impact Fee Waiver Program for any affordable housing project that meets the affordability terms and that is subject to available funding. The seventh initiative is to develop affordable and mixed income housing on city-owned properties. The city already has properties, and it is the quickest and easiest way for us to develop housing since we have control of these sites. In the short term, HCD can develop a phased development plan for these existing city sites. We have asked a consultant to explore the feasibility of city sites along the Sunshine Mile corridor and to strategically acquire new properties to advance the city's affordable and mixed income housing goals, which Mayor and Council has already provided to us through the city's ARPA funding. We have identified what we're calling phase 1 sites that we can move forward quickly to develop, and those are listed there. Policy 8 is around enhancing efforts aimed at housing Tucson's most vulnerable housing to housing instability. Those most vulnerable, meaning unable to sustain permanent affordable housing, merit prioritizing of the city's funding and resources. Those include persons fleeing domestic violence, those experiencing homelessness, older adults, youth, and single parent households. Short-term support. So in the short term, we would like to support Emerge to expand their interim housing for individuals and families fleeing domestic abuse, support the work of the Affordable Housing Alliance for older adults, and supporting the small scale housing for youth and adults, again, funding that Mayor and Council has already committed through the city's ARPA funding. Medium term, we're very focused on rehabilitating Tucson House, which serves primarily older adults and persons with disabilities, and ongoing supporting new permanent supportive housing projects for those experiencing homelessness. An immediate action that Mayor and Council may want to take today is to direct HCD to implement the recommendation that came from the Commission on Equitable Housing Development, which was to issue an annual funding process to develop at least one permanent supportive housing project per year for the next 5 years, offering up to 50 project-based vouchers or up to $500,000 in home funds for projects, with the application period starting in January 2022. Policy initiative number 9 is around pursuing additional and more sustainable funding streams for affordable housing in the region. The Commission on Equitable Housing and Development has been very involved on this item. And we know that right now, development of housing is primarily done through the low-income housing tax credit program and the HUD dollars that we have. Although critical that these funds are to us, they are still limited and will not be sufficient to increase affordable housing for Tucson. As a result, we need to find new funding streams that will support development. So staff proposed the following goals: to reinstate the Housing Trust Fund that Tucson implemented, and to evaluate adding housing in a future bond or tax measure to go to voters. And ongoing, we should continue to advocate for more state and federal funding for housing. I just want to highlight for those who are watching that the Build Back Better legislation includes significant funding for housing, which has passed the House, and this is our time to advocate for the Senate to also move that forward. I would propose to Mayor and Council to support the inclusion of affordable housing and homelessness support in the 2022 City of Tucson State Legislative Agenda, including advocacy for more low-income housing tax credit funding allocated to Tucson, and to remove the state's preemption against local adoption of inclusionary zoning. The final initiative, number 10, is to expand education, outreach, and research efforts. We know that in a tight housing market, it's critical that we effectively and efficiently utilize the resources that are currently available, and that we more successfully connect residents and landlords to these resources and information, as well as better outreach and education about existing programs. In the short term, Mayor and Council has committed funding to develop a housing resource connection program. And ongoing, we want to expand housing education efforts as well as continue research on housing trends. I'd now like to quickly go through the funding and the resources that's available for developing affordable housing. On the left, you will see the annual funding that City of Tucson receives for the home program, the Housing Choice Voucher Program, HOPWA, CDBG, and public housing. These are programs and funding that is specific to affordable housing. Through our programs, we serve over 7,000 residents. They all have an average income of $11,038, which is a very, we're serving the most vulnerable. We also have the one-time funding through the American Rescue Plan. On the left side, it is restricted specifically for housing, which we have already issued and been working on the emergency housing vouchers. The home ARPA funding, we are in the process of getting that through for your approval and HUD approval. And then the emergency rental assistance, which is assisting people and stopping from them becoming evicted. On the right side is the city's ARPA funding that was approved by mayor and council, and it was already discussed by Liana earlier. And so again, thank you for committing these funds. So short-term action plans really are our guidebook on how we're going to get to those goals. I just want to show an example of one of the action plans, which is for initiative number 2, and it outlines the different tasks that we will go through to get to that goal. This will eventually become part of our HAST website. There's right now a story map. There's a PDF document of the HAST plan, and we will use that site to also track the progress of all these action plans for each initiative. So Madam Mayor, that's the end of my presentation. I did include those immediate actions that I propose that Mayor and Council can take today, and I'm happy to answer questions. And I can stop presenting, or I can leave that up. Your preference.
Leave it up. I think it's wonderful for us to take a look at the immediate actions that you are proposing we take. I would like to request my colleagues on the council that we move, that we get a motion to move as quickly as possible on the immediate actions for consideration presented by Housing Community Development tonight.
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion in a couple of seconds. I'm glad you're all as excited as I am to take a look at this plan. I just wanted to add, so there's a motion and there's a second. We're going to open it up for questions and comments from my colleagues on the council. Liz, again, incredible work. Thank you so much for taking our direction and creating this incredible blueprint and strategic plan, along with your action plans attached to them. I would ask a couple of things. In your piece where you speak about prioritizing affordable housing in areas of opportunity, I would hope that we can give you input on adding other areas of opportunity, because I'm also thinking about this affordable housing strategic plan and layering it with our efforts in community safety and violence interruption programs. So one of the programs that I'm working with TPD is violence interruption and gun prevention in certain areas of the city where there's very high crime. Those areas are, you mentioned a few in your areas of opportunity, but what I didn't hear from you was the 29th Street corridor into the east, that's in Ward 4 and straddles Ward 5. The Grant and Alvernon area is an area that we want to make sure is well covered, and that we have an action plan for that area as well. And then, of course, there's Campbell, Benson Highway, Sunnyside or Irvington Road area. Those areas, along with a Thrive in the 05, are areas of our city that have high crime, and that we want to layer the investments and the action planning in those areas as well. So I hope that those areas of opportunity are they're a living map to make sure that we're addressing the needs in areas of opportunity in our city.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I do see some hands up, Vice Mayor Lee and then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be super quick, Liz. I know there was a ton of work that went into this presentation. This was one of the best presentations visually I've ever seen. Great job on the slides. It was beautiful, concise. I loved it. Great job.
Mayor, Vice Mayor Lee, thank you. And I have to give a ton of credit to Anjaneka and our team, Rachel and Allison, who were very integral on this. So thank you for that.
Alrighty, Councilmember Santa Cruz and then Councilmember Ulick.
Yeah, I'll second what Vice Mayor Lee said. It's a beautiful presentation. Thank you so much, Liz and staff, for all your work. I feel like it's, been long overdue. It's great to have a bird's eye, view of all the work, that we need to do and the work that has been done, but where we need to get. So, and thinking about some of that, and, again, I want to thank my colleagues on the council. We've been talking about housing affordability, and as more time goes by, it seems like, so much just slips through our fingers, right? Because we have no control over what happens in the market. And so we're trying to figure out, what do we have control over, and what kinds of programs and like housing opportunities can we create for our city residents. And so one of the things that I'm thinking about is like, how are we in like dialogue with the county so that we're, continuing to like merge our funds the way that we did, with the eviction prevention program, but using funds to create more development of affordable housing units. And that now that we have, a larger tax credit funded, or fund for multi-housing building, like how are we working? Because what was the number you said, Liz? Was it $200,000 or $300,000 per door, in construction?
Yes, Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, it is a very costly, especially in the past couple of years. We've seen incredible increases, but it is at the minimum about $200,000 a door to develop affordable housing. Okay. And yeah.
So I'm just kind of wondering, like, are we being realistic enough, with our funding allocation? How are we also being ambitious in our goals? I know that in previous conversations that we've had, we talked about, should we create a goal for ourselves, even like number of units that we would like to see per year? I love the mayor's, 1 million trees for, so that we have something that, we're working towards. Is that something that we can kind of challenge ourselves to do as well? And then finally, I'm just wondering about the progress with our own building and development branch of our own housing authority and where that's at.
Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, thank you. And I agree, we need to be super ambitious. We do need to set some numbers. We're working with, one of the things I didn't mention is one of the things Mayor and Council supported us was bringing on a pool of consultants. We're doing a ton of work around feasibility and cost of developing the sites that we have. We should be able to start providing some numbers around how many units we can do and really develop a plan around when those will be done. So that way, again, we're being super transparent and we have a good plan forward. Agree with Pima County. We have a great relationship with their housing arm of the county, and we're continuing to find ways. The home ARPA funds is an example. We received that as a consortium as both Tucson, Pima County, but Pima County did say to take their portion and do the work that we're doing to buy hotels and to develop housing. So we can continue to find ways like that to work together. And I think the last part was progress. Councilmember Santa Cruz, I didn't fully write down that question.
With our own housing authority.
Oh, yes. Yes, with the development arm. So we just received a memo, a very legal memo from our attorneys that we contract with through our city attorney's office about what that looks like. And so we need to now work with our city attorneys about the best process forward. So unfortunately, it takes a little bit of time to make sure we structure it appropriately. But we do have guidance now from our consulting attorneys on this, and we will continue to move forward. And we can give you a better timeline once we talk to our city attorney's office around that.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you. Hey, I just really, Liz, want to echo the gratitude for your leadership and the work of your team really excellent and comprehensive look at affordability and how the city can really pull a number of different levers, I'm sorry, to create more opportunities for folks. A couple of questions and really just thoughts that your team can take or leave as you work with the public further on this. One is, I'm hopeful that there might be either in the HUD repositioning of assets or some of the other areas an opportunity to explore co-ops, the development of apartment co-ops. We all know that much of the wealth gap and the inequities in wealth are tied to redlining and discrimination, racial and otherwise, in housing. And so it would be amazing to have at least some kind of pilot or effort whereby people could accrue some equity even as renters. And I know there are a few resources my staff have identified that your staff is probably aware of that we'll pass on to you. That's one area. And also under the housing rehab element, as you know, much of the housing in Tucson, there were different waves of housing development in the 70s. Stick and stucco era was a real boom, and it's 50 years old now. And so I just want to make sure that in housing rehab and preservation that we're keeping an eye on opportunities for CHRPA or other funds to make sure we're not losing affordable housing that's offsetting the tremendous gains that I have no doubt will accomplish through your leadership in this plan.
Mayor, Councilmember Ulick, thank you for that, and completely agree around the housing rehab. We definitely want to look at the housing co-op. I will say I never knew about a housing co-op until I came to Tucson, and I know we have two here, so super interested in that, and we'll definitely look at how we can pursue that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. One thing that I did want to also request that you bring back to us as quickly as possible is that you talked about exploring creating a source of income protection ordinance, that you also talked about the income protection and the ban the box concept. That I know that Councilmember Santa Cruz had mentioned before in previous conversations. Can you bring that to us as quickly as possible as well? I don't think you should wait for us to consider that ordinance, especially because in previous conversations we've had with you and your staff, a lot of landlords are saying no to housing vouchers. And so we've got to be able to help protect those communities, especially those elderly that live on fixed Social Security income. So can you also make sure that you put in the queue the creation of that ordinance as quickly as possible as well? And I do see Councilmember Kozachik's hand up. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Okay, it is in the queue. I've got the study session agenda requested for December 21st.
Excellent.
Income housing, not income housing, yeah, income source discrimination.
Excellent.
So I'm scanning through first of all, the city-owned property. We've got some fairly significant sized parcels on the Sunshine Mile close to Iron Horse Park that is available and ready for an RFP. There's another one that I've been talking about with Mike Rankin because it's involved in litigation right now. I'm not going to go too far with it, but we do have options out there for the city to put our request for proposals where we would stipulate the design criteria, the criteria of what would be buildable on the lot. Also have had conversations with a group called Unstoppable. They build container housing, which is very affordable. And one of the reasons it's affordable is because it reduces the construction time by about 2/3. and they can be built as either 650 square foot ADUs or 3 or 4 story, multi-story complexes. So that is something I'd like to see incorporated into one of the city-owned property RFPs if we move forward on that. The next bullet point I mentioned was the December 21st income source discrimination item. So that's coming in your presentation. You've got some of these items that you, so the first one is direct HCD to return with a resolution to adopt the housing affordability strategy for Tucson. Some of those pieces are right now involved in a public process. One of them is the parking. You've got, right now, we've got a public process moving forward for parking changes related to EV and extension of premises. Is that, so are you suggesting that we incorporate this into that same public process?
Mayor, Councilmember Steve Kozachik, I want to say yes. Ann Chineka is on here. I want to confirm that's what we're referring to.
Yeah, I also, so in the amendment, the commercial parking amendment, that is where PDSD has suggested they could make a condition that if it's an affordable housing project, that it could request its own parking reduction if they meet the affordability terms.
All right, so you've got that, you've got streamline the PDSD process. You've got create a development arm within HCD. I'm totally in favor of what we're trying to do here. It feels as though there are a lot of moving parts to number one. That there's a public process happening for the commercial parking. We've got the reconsideration of ADUs coming. I don't know what streamline PDSD means. I don't know what creating a development arm with an HCD means and how that would overlay with PDSD's development team. So if we approve this, it says direct staff to come back with a resolution. Those all have to be a part of that conversation because there's a lot that's unsettled in this. There's 100% great ideas, but the devil's in the details in terms of, what does it mean when you, Liz, have your own development team? And then we got Scott Clark over there doing his thing. And how does where the circles overlap and not? We can't go out and hire a whole new development arm for you. Yeah. So that's one concern I've got. I guess it's more than one concern. But I agree, great start on this, and I'm looking forward to bringing back some proposals. In fact, I've got on my agenda to talk to Rahina next time we meet about some of these parcels and some of the things that I just mentioned to really kind of hone in on specific parcels and how we frame RFPs. But we've got an out of control market, and we've got some really good ideas as to how to move forward with it. Again, devil's in the details on that number one, though.
Yes, and if I may, Mayor, yeah, I'm sorry. Councilmember Kozachik, just want to say that these are all goals. We understand that there are a lot of moving parts to this. So if we come back and in implementing some of the guidance and direction that you provide today, we can come back with, instead of it being a draft, a final version, understanding again, these are goals that often may or may not proceed should there be other changes, but they can at least be memorialized in this document as efforts that we're working towards. And we will keep updated. Again, I forgot to mention Laura Sharp, who came to HCD from IT. She worked on our poverty urban stress map, and she is the one who created this map as well. She is going to create a GIS map for us around properties we want to develop, and we can provide updates through that GIS map and our story map around our progress. Again,
yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say some things may work out and some may fizzle, but again, it's the efforts is in the details and trying to work towards those.
Right. And we have some really immediate areas that we can take action on. The parcels that I mentioned are some. I know that in the 05, they've got some really great opportunities that Ward 3 has been working on for quite a long time. And, again, so this is, while a lot, for instance, incorporate incentives into planning and overlay zoning on transit corridors, like we just did with Sunshine Mall. We can do that on all of our, and that should be a template for other projects. And that's actually something RTA ought to be considering too. But yeah, so good start, good work.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we had a conversation before, Councilmember Kozachik, on that development arm of the Housing Community Development Department, and what that means is that we can also develop affordable housing and not wait for nonprofits or other for-profit affordable housing developers to get it done. So I love what you brought to us. There's lots of work we can do, lots of incredible ideas. And I know that my colleagues on the council also have their additional feedback. Hopefully we can add it all into this strategy and keep pushing the envelope forward. So with a motion on the floor in a second, I'd like to ask our colleagues, all those in favor of the direction given today, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Good job. Thank you so much, Liz and team. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Of course, thank you. We do have state and national legislative updates, discussion of regular agenda, and then future agendas. Can we move within the next 5 minutes on this, Andrew?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I've provided information on state and federal items through the IGR update last Friday, and also in some written responses to Councilmember Fimbres that were sent out yesterday. 2 items, though, that I just want to highlight. One is the infrastructure bill. As has been discussed already today, the infrastructure bill was signed by President Biden last week. City staff is already underway in terms of getting all the information to city departments about what dollars are available, when they might become available, what are the rules around which projects may be eligible. So I just want to assure Mayor and Council that we're on top of that, and as information becomes available, we get that to city staff so that those dollars can be sought after and implemented for things like Move Tucson. So we're very excited about the bill passing. We're grateful to the Biden-Harris administration, our federal delegation, and very much Mayor and Council, who were very strong advocates for the bill, as Mayor Romero alluded to earlier. Second thing I want to talk about is the next bill. As much as we're grateful and excited about the infrastructure bill, and actually to underscore something Director Morales just said, the next bill is the Build Back Better bill, and that is a $1.75 trillion bill. The one area I want to highlight, and just to build off of what Director Morales just talked about, in that bill, there is $150 billion for housing assistance, and that includes $65 billion for public housing, $24 billion for additional housing choice vouchers, $25 billion more for the home program, and there's even money in there for first generation down payment assistance, as well as mortgage assistance for people buying their first home. So there's a lot in that bill worth pushing for, and that absolutely meet and address Mayor and Council priorities in the area of housing, in addition to all the other things in the bill, and in particular, the climate initiatives that Mayor and Council have talked about. So with that, just wanted to alert Mayor and Council to that bill. That bill passed the House. It is now going to the Senate, and we're hopeful that we can work with Senator Kelly and Senator Sinema to get that bill over the finish line as well. With that, Mayor, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, more advocating to do for the Build Back Better bill, and making sure that on the infrastructure side that we're ready to go because I want to remind you, even though there's formula funds for the state and there's formula funds for our transit and HUD and CDBG, most of the infrastructure bill funding is grant funded. And so we've got to get ourselves ready to make sure that we are going after those funds as aggressively as we possibly can and be as ready as possible. Any questions from our colleagues on the council? Hearing none, thank you so much, Andrew. I really appreciate your work on this. And yeah, let's keep pushing on the Build Back Better, and hopefully we can bring along Senators Sinema and Kelly to help us push that through.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any items on the regular agenda that any of my colleagues want to pull from consent, or any others? Alrighty, item 13 is future agendas. Does anyone have any items for future agendas? Okay, hearing none, study session is adjourned. The regular study session begins. I think I'm gonna give you 5 minutes again to run around, stretch your legs, and then come back at 6:40. Okay, I'll see you at 6:40. Thank you. Okay. Meeting. So Roger, if you'd like to start the recording so we can call the meeting to order.
Okay.
Thank you. Alrighty. Thank you, Roger. So the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tucson Public Housing Authority will stand in session. Let's roll call.
Mix Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mr. Cunningham.
Here.
Mix Ulick.
Here.
Mrs. Lee.
Here.
Mr. Fimbres.
Absent excused.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Here.
Mr. Mohammed.
Absent excused.
You have a quorum, Your Honor.
Excellent. We move on to item 2.
Public Housing Authority Monthly Board Report.
City Manager's PHA Communication number 22, dated November 23rd, is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the monthly board report?
So moved.
There's a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion by my colleagues? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 3.
Public Housing Authority write-off uncollectible tenant accounts receivable approval, resolution number PHA 2021-013.
City Manager, City Manager's PHA Communication number 23, dated November 23rd, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2021-013 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2021-013 relating to Public Housing Authority, authorizing the write-off of certain uncollectible accounts and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
I'd move that we pass PHA 2021-013.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Here, aye. Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mayor Romero,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
McSulik.
Aye.
Resolution PHA 2021-013 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 4.
Public Housing Authority, Public Housing Program Flat Rent Adoption, Resolution number PHA 2021-014.
City Manager's PHA Communication number 24, dated November 23rd, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2021-014 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2021-014 relating to Public Housing Authority, authorizing the adoption of the flat rents for the public housing program.
What is the board's pleasure?
I move that we pass PHA 2021-014.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
McSulik,
Aye.
Mayor Romero,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Resolution PHA 2021-014 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 5.
Approval of Public Housing Authority minutes.
City Manager's PHA Communication number 25, dated November 23rd, is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the October 19th, 2021 meeting?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 6.
Adjournment.
The meeting of the Board of Commissioners is adjourned. The Mayor and Council will now convene our regular meeting. So, Council will stand in session. Mr. Clerk, let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz,
Here.
Mr. Cunningham,
Here.
Ms. Ulick,
Here.
Mrs. Lee,
Here.
Mr. Fimbres,
Absent excused.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Here.
Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2.
Invocation and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Ana Marrufo, staff member to the City Clerk's office. Ms. Marrufo?
Thank you, Mayor Romero. Can you hear me? Thank you. Let us pray. Lord, thank you on behalf of all who are in attendance at this meeting here today. I pray for the government officials that they may represent the needs of the people of the city of Tucson. Grant them wisdom and counsel that they may conduct the affairs with your will and work together in harmony. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Ms. Marrufo. Really appreciate it. Item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's communication number 350 dated November 23rd is received into and made part of the record. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, there are no appointments to be made at this time during the this regular item. We move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's communication number 351 dated November 23rd is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? And what we'll do is, I know we usually all have activities, but what I wanted to do first and most importantly was to acknowledge that today is my dear colleague, Councilmember Ulick's last meeting with us as a council member. Just wanted to thank you, Karen, for your incredible dedication to the people of Ward 3, to the people of Tucson. Your knowledge, dedication, and love of our city has been highly appreciated. You coming in and performing the duties of council member and your help of the staff of Ward 3, of council member Durham in a very difficult time will always be appreciated by me, and I'm sure every resident of the city of Tucson. It has been a pleasure to spend additional time with you on the council and with me as mayor. I have felt supported, and we have moved on incredible policy issues for the betterment of our city. You are amazing, you are smart, you are good-hearted, and I will miss you a lot. That's why hopefully you will let me appoint you to boards, committees, and commissions. And I do know that in your heart you want to continue serving the residents of Tucson and Pima County. So whatever you need, thank you so much for all you've done for all of us and for the residents of Tucson. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will miss you big time.
Thank you.
With that, I'm going to throw it over to Ward 1, and then we'll go down the road to share activities for summary of current events. So Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Ulick. I'm like most bummed about not being able to actually be in the council chambers, you know, with you during this time. I've always admired your work and how graceful you are in the ways that you show up, you know, in these meetings. So thank you so much for, you know, setting the path forward for all of us and you know, being willing to jump back in here after you were, you know, probably living a slightly less stressful life. So thank you, and to your family, your children, your pets, for allowing you to and sharing you with all of us. So thank you so much. I wanted to give a shout out to my Ward 1 staff, especially Flor and JP, Antonio, Jasmine, and Angela, in putting together our first Women Trans Femme Fat Positive Clothes Swap here out of the office. We had a lot of community folks come through in the days leading up to it, you know, dropping off clothes and just trying to have, you know, a different interaction with our community where we're upcycling. We also had a demonstration from Erica of Sonoran Stitch Factory on how to repurpose old t-shirts and making them into bags. And so we just had an all around really nice experience, and looking forward to similar events in the future. So I just want to thank everybody for making that happen. The donations that didn't or the contributions that didn't go home with anybody, we will be donating them to Casalitas. So it's great to be able, to partner in that way. This Friday, most of us know it as like Black Friday. A couple years ago, REI set an example of shutting down their business and trying to get even their workers to go outside for the day and spend the day outdoors instead of just shopping. And so I know that the city, that we're doing something similar, maybe with some of the departments, also giving them Friday off. So I want to encourage all those families and the public who will be off to join us Friday morning at the El Rio Neighborhood Center at 8:30 a.m. for our opt-outside bike ride with Fuga and a lot of our other community partners for a 10-mile bike ride around our city streets. Food and, pan dulce, coffee, all that will be provided thanks to all of our partners. Tugo Bikes will also make bikes available for folks and families who don't have a bike. And so feel free to call or text 520-261-5446 if you need a Tugo bike to join us on that event. Also on Black Friday, we are acknowledging Black Friday parking as a nationwide event where people take snapshots of parking lots on Black Friday to highlight the fact that even on the busiest shopping day of the year, many parking lots are underutilized. And yet the sheer volume of space allocated to parking has a drastic effect in the shape of our cities. And, I know we're going to continue to have this conversation about the cost of parking and how much land is used on parking when we need so much land, for housing and so many other community needs. So just making folks aware of that. And then finally, Barrio Hollywood Neighborhood Association will be having their Christmas party Friday, December 3rd. And they are doing a toy drive and having live music and raffle prizes for neighbors. And the neighborhood is asking for folks to bring a toy for their toy drive. So that's all on my part. Thank you, Mayor.
That's awesome. Councilmember Cunningham?
Just wanted to acknowledge that Paula's Life came to Tucson Saturday. They had a great event. Well done. It's great to host them, and I wasn't able to attend, so I didn't get to get the full flavor, but it's a great event for Tucson, and I think that could be a great partnership later on.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you. Hey, the Ward 3 team is partnering with TPD for a special meeting to talk about crime prevention with residents and businesses along Fort Lowell between Stone and Oracle. The meeting will be held next Tuesday, November 30th from 5:30 to 6:30 in the library at Amphi High School. For more information, please call the Ward 3 office at 791-4711. I did also want to take a moment. I'm very sorry that I won't be able to attend the inauguration of incoming Councilmember Kevin Dahl, as well as Councilmember Kozaczek and Fimbres on the 6th. So I will miss you all on that day. I did want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to you all for placing your faith in me to complete the term of Councilmember Durham. It's just been a privilege and really a great honor to serve alongside all of you, a great gift to me. So thank you for that. I also, of course, want to thank the manager, Mike Ortega, the city attorney, Mike Rankin, city clerk, Roger Randolph, and the entire city team for being so engaged and supportive in this challenging time for the city and for us to make sure that the residents of Ward 3 were represented at the table. I do also want to thank Councilmember Durham for his service and acknowledge once again that an important part of my role over this last 9 months has really been to work with the Ward 3 team to help see through efforts that he spearheaded with them to deliver for the residents of Ward 3 in the city of Tucson. I'm real grateful to the residents of Ward 3 for welcoming me back, and really they continue to amaze me with their dedication and engagement and investment in their own corner of our beautiful city and in their neighbors. And that really extends, as you know, across our entire city. I also do want to welcome Kevin Dahl. I know he will serve the residents in the city well. It's very heartening for me to leave knowing that our city is in such good and capable hands with all of you. So thank you so much again for the privilege.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to share my gratitude for Karen as well. I think I shared this when we voted to appoint you back to the seat, that you're part of the reason that I'm here. In 2016, I think you planted a seed that women need to be asked to run for office, and you looked right at me when you said it. And I never thought I would be sitting here with you working, and it's been a pleasure to work with you. I've learned a lot from watching you and listening to the type of questions that you ask. So it's been a real honor to be able to have the last 9 months during this really challenging time to just see how you navigate this role. So I'm just grateful that you were willing to step in and continue to do what you did for so many years. So thank you for the privilege of working with you. And other than that, we're done with town halls for the year. So I just want to wish everyone a safe and happy Thanksgiving. Be careful frying the turkeys, people. And happy holidays to everyone.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Kozachik?
Yeah, thanks. I want to join in thanking Karen for stepping up and, filling the role. It's, never easy to step away from the comfort zone. If working a full-time job is a comfort zone, but then adding this onto it. So, and appreciate, especially during this time, I mean, doing it remotely like this and trying to navigate all the tough issues this way, it's not easy. So I appreciate you really carving the time out and making the investment, and we'll see you and your puppy wandering through the neighborhood early in the mornings and the days to come. So there's that. And finally, just Saturday is Small Business Saturday. So everybody go out and, support some of our small local businesses. And plenty of them have had a tough time navigating through this whole last 18 or 19 months. And so any support you can give them, be great. Thanks. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, Councilmember. And then I just did have a last event or activity. I want to remind everyone that we're having an upcoming State of the City next Thursday, December 2nd, from 3 to 5 p.m. A little bit of a different flavor and an update, a report to the citizens of Tucson, what we have been doing together as mayor and council for the benefit of the citizens of our beautiful city. That's going to be, again, the State of the City next Thursday, December 2nd from 3 to 5 p.m. Visit TucsonChamber.org for information on tickets and sponsorships. The deadline to register is this coming Monday, November 29th at 10 a.m. It will also be live streamed on Facebook and TV Azteca. For the people that cannot go into the event, you could also catch my report to all of you absolutely free. And we will be doing vaccine checks as well as rapid tests for those that can't prove vaccination to make sure that we're all safe, gathering safely, and making sure that we're all keeping each other COVID free. So hopefully my colleagues and Mr. Manager, your department directors, you can all join us. It is going to be a great event, and we're going to keep it as safe as we possibly can. With that, we move on to item 4, City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
Madam Mayor, I apologize. I apologize. I just didn't want to gloss over one part of my gratitude expression, and that is for the Ward 3 team. And I feel I just want to say their names because they have served for 4 years steadily through lots of challenges and really just exceptional, extraordinary teams. So Sarah Lanius, Matt Kopek, Ernesto Portillo, Kristen Woodall. I just want to really express gratitude to my entire team and Mike, whose last name is escaping me, which is horrible, but a fabulous community organizer and leader. Really, all 5 of them. So just wanted to say their names and express my gratitude. Thank you so much.
Thank you, council member. Really appreciate it. Item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's communication number 352, dated November 23rd, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, thank you for the opportunity. Just wanted to let you all know City Hall will be closed on Friday. We are open for business in terms of phone calls. We do have phones routed, but the staff will be taking their floating holiday or be asked to work remotely that day. Services, again, will resume on Monday, the 29th. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you so much, Mr. Manager. Item 5.
Liquor license applications, report from City Manager.
City Manager's communication number 353, dated November 23rd, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Yeah, and on this evening's liquor license agenda, under item 5B, we have 3 requests for new license, 1 request for sampling privileges. Under item 5C, we have 3 requests for special events. And under item 5D, we have 1 request for agent change, acquisition of control. Staff has indicated that all the applicants are in compliance with city requirements. An appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B 1 through 4, C 1 through 3, and D1 to the State Liquor Board with the recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please? There's a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
Alrighty. At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations, and call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. I do have 3 speakers here with me. Hopefully they're with us here. Our first speaker is Steve Dolan. Mr. Dolan? And I just want to remind the speakers that you have to press *6 to unmute yourself. Mr. Clerk.
Himself, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Dolan, you have to press *6 to unmute yourself. And if you have your phone muted, you need to unmute your phone as well. Alrighty, we'll move on to Cindy Hogan. Cindy Hogan.
She just muted herself, Your Honor.
Yes, hello.
There we go.
Cindy?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Cindy. Go ahead. You have 3
Great.
minutes.
Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Cindy Hogan. I'm an AmeriCorps member serving with Literacy Connects this year as their digital inclusion ambassador. I have been working on digital inclusion efforts over the past year with local, state, and national organizations and trying to bring awareness of this issue to Tucson and Pima County. I wanted to read out to the community in this venue tonight that the Digital Equity Act was signed into law as part of the Biden administration's Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Most news outlet summaries are talking about the exciting broadband infrastructure and expansion projects that will be funded with this infrastructure money across the country. Robust investment in broadband infrastructure is long overdue and critical to the health of this nation in a myriad of ways. But lack of broadband internet infrastructure is not the only thing keeping many Americans from accessing and utilizing the internet. The high cost of internet service and devices, lack of digital skill training and reliable tech support, and fear of the technology itself is still keeping many people from connecting. During the last decade, we've made a de facto decision as a society to move most of what we do together as a society online. This collective decision is disproportionately impacting already struggling segments of our communities. If we expect people to go online to receive social benefits such as vaccines and healthcare, yet we provide no accommodation for them to learn the technology in terms my age group can relate to, that is like sending kids to school without providing textbooks. It's a recipe for digital exclusion. So the new Digital Equity Act is the first of its kind to address not only broadband infrastructure, but also these underlying issues impacting and underserved populations. The act requires each state to develop and implement digital equity plans with accountability to increase internet access and adoption among the unconnected. It makes $2.75 billion available to states for local governments and community anchor institutions to develop digital training programs for education and employment, to make broadband equipment and software available at little or no cost to eligible individuals, and to construct or upgrade public access computing centers, among other things. These types of programs could be game changers for Tucson. It is important that we take the time to study these issues and to develop and coalesce behind our own plan to capture much needed funding for the work we have to do here to connect our and underserved. And it was really good to hear the public housing presentation tonight. This would be a perfect time to incorporate internet access into new and existing public housing. So if anyone would like to learn more about the Digital Equity Act, they can reach me at cindyhogan333@gmail.com. That's cindyhogan333@gmail.com. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Cindy. Really appreciate your offer of help, and we will keep your information and especially share it with Andrew Greenhill, our intergovernmental relations, and our housing director, Liz Morales. Thank you.
Oh, that would be wonderful. I'm actually working with the housing and community development on. Yep. Thank you very much.
That's incredible. Thank you so much.
Okay. Bye.
I'm going to try Steve again. Steve Dolan. I wonder if are you available?
This is Steve. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm on speakerphone. Can you hear me still?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry for the muting problems. First of all, congratulations to Pima County Community College men's and women's soccer teams and the U of A basketball teams. They bring joy to our community. I'm Steve Dolan at 4154 North Tortolita Road. I've lived in the Tucson Mountains and driven on Silver Bell Road for over 30 years. Thanks again for this opportunity. On October 5th, I spoke to Mayor and Council of several concerns about the proposed Silver Bell Road widening project. Thank you to Diana Alarcon, Director, her Transportation and Mobility staff, and Sarah at Ward 3, who Karen spoke about, who all immediately contacted the Tucson Mountains Association and quickly arranged the November 20th public meeting. I will briefly discuss Silver Bell Road, RTA funding, TB variance request, and the Board of Adjustment, all related to this widening project that is phase 2 of 3. Silver Bell Road is currently a rural 2-lane scenic route proposed to be widened to 4 lanes with other improvements that could negatively impact the Tucson Mountains. These were discussed at Saturday's public meeting. The future widening of Silver Bell Road is one of more than 900 RTA projects and services approved by the voters in 2006. More than half of the people at the public meeting do not think the widening is needed anymore, for many reasons. The ADOT Ruthrop I-10 widening to 10 lanes between Prince and Sunset alleviates traffic on Silver Road. The future negative impacts to neighbors, wildlife, and dark skies, especially if there are more taller TEP poles with more wires per the TEP request to the Board of Adjustment. Phase 2 is not needed in 2022, and Phase 3 is not fully funded by the RTA. The city should stop Phase 2 of the Silver Bell Road widening project that ends the future impacts and the TEP variance request. Then prioritize the RTA funds to complete unfinished projects. Here's a heads up to Mayor and Council. During the November 17th Board of Adjustment meeting, a lawyer representing TEP requested a continuance of the Keno project for a text amendment to revise the UDC requirements for underground poles. TEP does not want to comply with the city law and the UDC. TEP wants more power poles. The TEP variance request was first advertised along Silver Bell Road October 4th, one day before I spoke to Mayor and Council to request a public meeting. I could be upset with the Board of Adjustment vote for the variance request, but there has not been a vote yet. For the October 27th Board of Adjustment meeting, there was no quorum, so the meeting was canceled. At the November 17th board public hearing, there were 5 board members to start. Note, there were only 2 written comments in favor and 162 comments in opposition to the TEP variance request. Before I spoke in opposition at the public hearing, during a Teams virtual meeting, I saw many missing board members' names on the screen, and I asked how many were present. The chair said I could not ask questions. At the end of the meeting, they were unable to vote due to a lack of quorum. A city attorney said the 3 missing board members should abstain from any future vote since they did not participate in the entire public hearing, so only 2 board members can vote? Again, not a quorum. Another public hearing on December 15th? Where is the accountability for the Board of Adjustment to read written comments and listen to public hearings? Please stop the RTA Silver Bell Road project and end this TEP variance request. Please have a happy Thanksgiving, and sorry for the mute problems. Thanks.
No problem. Thank you, Steve. Really appreciate it. Happy Thanksgiving. Our last speaker is Abrisa Ziegler.
Can you hear me?
Now we can. Go ahead, Abrisa. You have 3.
Mayor and Council, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Abrisa Ziegler. I live in Ward 1 and I am a citizen of the Sonoran Desert. Tonight, I'd like to give thanks. It's been a long meeting tonight. So I'm thankful for good health and to have a fulfilling, engaged life, which is due to my wonderful family, friends, and West Side neighbors for their encouragement and support. Special thanks to the Tucson Mountain Association, whose guiding assistance were valuable to our neighborhood. Saying thanks should be more commonplace. I will try to say thanks more and try to be more positive and patient. Thank you, City of Tucson and Pima County, for the progressive efforts protecting the health and well-being of us citizens during this pandemic. Council, Santa Cruz, and Ward 1 staff, thank you for your supporting our neighborhood and for having an in-person 36 in La Cholla community engagement meeting on April 10th and saving 60 acres of beautiful desert for a possible future park. Thanks to all of Tucson and its citizens and officials for saving the duck pond at Barnum Hill in Reed Park and reclaiming some hardscapes to be used for the zoo expansion. Well done. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your delaying and re-examining the proposed change in the ADU code. Caution, patience, attention, and reflection are always good ways to approach life. Thank you for being this way. Thank you to all the employees of the city and county who make our lives better by your hard work, cooperation, and dedication. I'm not so thankful to the TEP for the overhead electric transmission lines that top 36-inch diameter metal poles that we will soon have throughout our cityscape and our foothills, because that's what people want to see when they visit here. And neighborhoods must be totally overjoyed to have a post-industrial vibe in their neighborhoods. That's the only thing I have negative to say. I want you all to have a wonderful Thanksgiving. And Councilor Yurlik, thank you so much for stepping in. I appreciate your service, and you will be missed. Good night.
Good night. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Comes to a conclusion of call to the audience. We move on to item 7.
Consent agenda items A through E.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. You are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is transportation and mobility, street design guidance. Item C is planning and development, change of effective date for development review fee restructure to support new permitting system. Item D is a final plat, S21040 La Estancia de Tucson, Phase 2, parcels 6 through 9, Common Area A. Your Honor, this item is continued at the request of staff. Item E is a resolution, City of Tucson support for contraceptive and abortion services. This item will be considered separately at the request of Councilmember Ulick. That's the extent of the consent agenda, Your Honor. Appropriate motion would be to approve items A through C.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved, Mayor.
It's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the consent agenda items? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Let's listen to item E as requested by Councilmember Ulick. Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you, Mayor. I really just want to thank Dr. Ivy Schwartz for bringing the resolution forward for consideration. I think we all know that reproductive health and reproductive rights are under assault across the country right now and simply cannot be taken for granted. So I appreciate consideration of the item and would like to move a passage of the resolution.
So there is a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the resolution signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Councilmember Ulick, for bringing that resolution to us. Very important discussion that is happening nationally and here in Arizona. Reproductive justice and reproductive freedom is always under attack. And so I think it's really important for Mayor and Council to take a stand on these issues of national significance and significance around the state. So thank you again for doing that. We move on to item 8.
Industrial Sewing Workforce Accelerator. Your Honor, this item has also been continued at the request of staff.
This item has been continued, but it was placed on the agenda by Councilmember Ulick, and so I just wanted to make sure, especially since this is her last meeting, and she wanted the opportunity to put this project through, to tell us about the project and the partnerships around this project. Tell us all about it and what you think, and hopefully leave us with some of your advice as we move forward when we hear this item come to Mayor and Council when you're not here, Karen.
Thank you. I know you'll have an opportunity to hear more, and we did address it briefly under the ARPA conversations in the past, but it's a very important and exciting opportunity to support a sewing collective and to partner with the Pasquayaki and Old Bosqua to create an important economic driver in an area that is part of Thrive in the 05 and also Old Pasqua. So it's a great partnership, and I know you'll get excited when you hear more about it on the 7th, and I would genuinely appreciate support, as I know Councilmember Dahl will bring it forward at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ulick. It sounds like a very exciting opportunity, a great partnership. Sounds like Pima Community College is also interested in bringing in their fashion program to the whole thing. So a really real opportunity for Tucson to dabble our feet in manufacturing clothing, but also design. So really cool. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Do we know why we can't move it forward and get it across the finish line while Karen's still here?
Just the details of the agreement are still getting worked out, but I know that you being the fashion icon, you are Councilmember Kozachek.
I am.
Me, you know, I know you'll miss me in my attire at the session, but I know you'll go back and when you hear about it.
I already second the motion.
Excellent. Anyway, Councilmember Ulick and Kozachek could be our fashion models when the stuff is ready to model and push ahead for manufacturing. So I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much, Karen. I really appreciate that advice and you moving that project forward. Our next item is adjournment. So with that, we finish this council meeting. I wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving, a safe holiday with your family, and really think about what everything that we have to give thanks for, and to be able to give back, because gratitude is about giving back too. So with that, item 8, Mr. Clerk.
Item 9, Your Honor, is adjournment.
Item 9. We will see each other on the next regularly scheduled meeting for December 7th, 2021 at 5 or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you all so much. Stay safe, be healthy, and enjoy your time with your family. Take care.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.